The sidelines are packed. The fans are in the stands. It's game night. From the Duneland to the Northwest Crossroads.
Hit hard from the backside. It is
the Greater South Shore.
Inside the 20, the 10. He will score.
And the Great Lakes.
And there he goes. Goodbye touchdown.
Our team of correspondents are covering every highlight, big play, and more.
He's got time. Look at end zone. Deflected and picked off.
From the game of the week to the beef of the week and scoreboard updates every 20 minutes, our in-studio team keeps the chains moving.
First down.
Until the final whistle blows. Now, time for the kickoff on Game Night.
The fall chill is in the air, but the conference races are heating up. We have reached Week 8, and tonight we'll tell this tale of the 2023 season. This is Game Night, presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union. My name is Ben Kolodzinski, bringing you 4 hours of nonstop prep football action. Tonight we have Andrew Johnson manning the switches. Tom Maloney will join us later with scoreboard updates, and of course my two compadres. First and foremost, we have Wayne Svetanoff. Wayne, how are you today?
Oh, I am ready. The weather is great. The kids are loving this weather.
I love it.
Get out there, play football, and the big thing is the Bears won last night.
Oh, happy day. It's a miracle.
Happy day.
It's a miracle.
Bring on the Dallas
Right.
Cowboys.
And of course, joined also today, we've got Joe Arredondo. Joe, how are you this afternoon?
All righty, I better talk in the mic.
Yeah,
We're ready
yeah.
to go. Ready to go. What week is it again?
Eight.
Big draw coming up Sunday, right?
Oh, absolutely. This is where it all comes down to, right? And
Right.
Very exciting moment here, leading into the sectional draw, a blind draw in Indiana, which is probably not the most optimal, but that's
Right.
okay. It still gives us the future of what football is here. So, speaking of the future, we have a little bit of a future cast here for our broadcast here on Lakeshore Public Media. We do have a camera here if you want to look in. We are, hi Mom, hi Dad, hi Grandma. Joe's waving over there as well. So if you're at all interested in paying attention and watching us and being a fly on the wall, check us out on YouTube at Lakeshore Public Media and on Facebook at Lakeshore Public Media and see a live feed and you can see our faces for radio. So, Wayne, this is going to be a pretty exciting day today. I'm pretty excited on some of these games here.
Yeah, first couple of games that we'll probably talk about, and probably one of the best games in the area with Hanover Central traveling to Andrean.
Right.
That's the
Sacred Dunes game of the
right.
week.
That's
That's
right.
going to be a fun one. Hanover, they're undefeated right now. They could be a big historic moment tonight.
Yeah, and the two coaches, I read in the paper today that the two coaches are friends,
Yeah.
except for tonight. But,
Well, of course.
Both respect each other very, very well.
Well, there's plenty to be respectful for. Both
Yes.
of these programs are really, really on the cutting edge of Northwest Indiana football. Joe, what are you thinking about that game?
Well, I think one of the things, and we'll talk to Kevin about this in the On the Field segment, it's going to be interesting to see how Hanover does with difficult games back to back.
Right.
They were home last week with Hobart, a big game. They had to play 4 quarters, which is rare for them. When you look over the last few
Right,
years.
yeah.
So I think from a mental aspect, how will they be to start the game tonight, and how will they be throughout? It's going to be big. Andrean, got smacked around in Indianapolis last week and really had an ugly loss. So it's probably been a pretty bad week of practice for them. But we'll see. I think this is something different for Hanover that they really haven't had to contend with. Is 2 big games in a row from a mental aspect of having to be ready. And then going on the road, too, for the second one.
And speaking of the mental aspect of this, Hanover is on the cusp of making history for their young program, a relatively young program. Wayne, as a coach, how do you keep your kids focused on a day like today?
Well, those kids there understand who they're playing. Andrean,
Right.
state winners. They've been down to state, over and over again, and they know Skinner is very, very good. This week for practice for Coach Skinner had to be hellacious because, because his players understood that they, as Joe said, they got beat up downstate. And that's not something Andrean is used to.
No.
So it's going to be interesting to see how Andrean bounces back against a very, very good Hanover Central team.
Yeah, I think this one's going to be really exciting. Andrean, coming off a very brutal loss to a very good team in Indianapolis, and Hanover Central, doing what they've been doing all season and the season before that, That's
right.
But this time against the supposedly tougher competition, they're really showing their might. Another game that we're highlighting tonight is our beef of the week. That's Maryville at Lake Central. Joe, this is a lot of Division I talent in this game.
Yeah, with Xavier Williams back, definitely a lot of Division I talent. This will be another opportunity for Lake Central to play well against a good opponent. How will Maryville come back off that tough loss last week? Right. Maryville's put two pretty good games back-to-back. Obviously did not win last week, but were in the game for 4 quarters on the road against a really good Valpo team who played really well against Crown Point. So we'll see if Maryville can continue to play well against Lake Central, because they're going to need to play well to win this game.
Oh, absolutely. These are two of the bigger teams in Northwest Indiana, and Maryville has been a powerhouse for the last few years. And Lake Central's starting to gain some momentum behind them. Wayne, what are you looking forward to in this game?
Well, one of the players of the week for us is this Case Kitkowski, their quarterback.
Oh, yeah.
And, he's just kind of an unknown. He's really come on this season, and he's played better and better. And when you get Xavier Williams in the backfield, now you're a guy that's two-dimensional. A guy can throw the ball, and you got a Division I, signee that Williams, Xavier, signed with Iowa.
Right.
So all of a sudden now you're diversified. And that could give Maryville some problems.
Now, Xavier Williams obviously has been out a couple weeks with an injury, so it'll be interesting to see if he's back to his old self. Now, if anyone is familiar with Big Ten football, Iowa loves their running backs, and me as a Purdue Boilermaker who plays Iowa tomorrow, I wish Xavier Williams all the luck today. Maybe not so much tomorrow because I'm looking for my Boilermakers to maybe score an upset against the Hawkeyes. But besides the point, it's good to see one of the premier players in Northwest Indiana back.
Yes, definitely. And so that'll be an interesting, and it's at Lake Central.
Right.
So that gives a few points to Lake Central there.
Absolutely. It's one of these situations where if anyone has ever been to Lake Central's football field, they've really done a nice job there.
Oh,
it's almost like a small college stadium there, but it's very unique the way it's shaped, the way the concourse works. They do have a pretty solid fan support in there, and I think that could give Maryville some problems. What do you think, Joe?
I think so. I think, we talked, Lake Central's been close to some victories. Obviously, the last-second loss to Michigan City was huge. They squeaked one out against Portage, had the big win last week. So this is another opportunity for them to have one of those season-making victories at home. And, Coach Good's third year, are they turning the corner? Chase Kwiatkowski's had a really good year.
Sure.
Obviously, Sorensen went to Hobart. So that was something that changed their roster a little bit, although Sorensen and Kwiatkowski, if I remember right, they kind of split time at times last year.
They did.
But both of them are playing well this year. So I think this is another one of those games where if Maryville comes in not ready to play or looking ahead or flat, it could be an opportunity for Lake Central to win a ball game at home.
Absolutely, and something we haven't even mentioned today, it rained very hard for about 5 hours this afternoon. And so from noon to about 4 or 5 p.m., it rained really hard in Northwest Indiana. These fields might be slick here, Wayne.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking that this could come into play. I think the rain has moved out, at least for now. There might be a little bit of pop-up here and there. But how does field conditions play into effect here?
Well, I'll tell you, the wetter it is, the more difficult. I always thought was for the defense because the offense knows where they're going.
Right.
And, those defensive or those offensive linemen probably have a little bit of an advantage, over the defense here at this point.
Right. Reacting on a slick surface is not the easiest thing to accomplish. And it's going to be interesting, with most of the fields in Northwest Indiana here now being this turf composite with the little plastic pellets on there.
Right.
They drain a little bit better than they did back when I was a player playing on mud and grass. But this definitely is going to have something to do with this game today.
And I don't know how much it rained, but usually what gives those fields that you just described, the rubber pellets, is when they have that downpour where you get a lot of rain in a short period of time. That really tends to really screw up those types of fields, and we've seen that in recent years when that happens. So we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
I don't know. I think that the wind could be a factor bit as well.
Right.
Going forward, but Lake Central, Maryville, they really don't throw the ball a ton. But weather might come into account tonight for the first time.
That's absolutely, and we'll have to see. But speaking of a team that does throw the ball a ton, we have an on-the-field update from our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week. Kevin Driscoll with an update at Hanover at Andrean. Kevin, how's the weather out there? Kevin, do we have you? All right. Kevin, do we have you? Yeah, we got a little bit of technological difficulties here. We're going to be getting Kevin here.
All right, how about now?
All right, Kevin, that was on our end here. We had a little bit of a hiccup here, so sorry about that, Kevin. You are there at our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week with Hanover Central at Andrean. What's going on? How's the weather?
Sure. You asked about the weather, and when we got out of the car, it was 46 degrees. Did a quick weather check there.
Wow. And
you mentioned the wind. It's an east-west field here at Father Eckert Stadium at Andrean. One of the few, ironically enough, Hanover Central is another east-west-oriented field.
Right.
This time of year, though, the setting sun in the west doesn't really impact quarterbacks. Maybe early in the season it does. Wind looks like it is out of the northwest, and it is blowing. So it'll be blowing across field. And you mentioned you got a couple of passing teams. That certainly is the case. Hanover likes to air it out with Matt Kuntz.
Right.
And Andrean likes to primarily air it out with Scott Valentine. That's one of my storylines for this game is the imbalance of offense that Andrean brings to the table tonight.
Yeah, it seems like the passing game has been something they've relied on more this year than the run. Is that what you're getting at, Kevin? It seems like they haven't really established the run like Andrean teams have done in years past this season.
Well, to answer that question, Joe, your guess is as good as mine, and I have been doing the research, even reached out to Brian Parker, and I said, what's your take on this? And, of course, his response would be what any sane individual would be who's looked into Andrean's schedule. You can't judge anything when you're running up against the defending 5A state champions, when you're playing Class 5A Merrillville, when you play the defending Class 3A champions. Andrean's schedule has been unreal. I don't know if there's any team in Northwest Indiana that has had to play a schedule like this, not only this year, but in recent memory.
I was calling it ridiculous last week.
Yes.
I think I was.
It is insane. And listen, I know Chris Skinner, listen, far be it from me Chris Skinner knows more about football than I do, but far be it from me to judge. They play for state titles. You don't win a state title at Andrean, it's a failed season. I think we can all agree on that. So everything they do in the regular season is a prep to win a state title. So I get scheduling hard and being prepared to have a few losses. I would question the mentality of, at some point, are you putting your own boys at risk of not only injury, but there's an emotional, mental side of this game too. They're coming off a 41-0 loss last week to Bishop Chatard, clearly the number 1 3A team in the state, but that's on the heels of losing a heartbreaker to Hobart. That's on the heels of losing early in the season to Valparaiso and Merrillville back-to-back. So certainly this Andrean 59er team has been tested. But to go back to the original point is, can you really judge their ability to run? I don't know. But I do know this. I did a little research on the games that they weren't playing against powerhouses. And this is a big yo. They had a 2-yard running average against Highland and only 56 total yards rushing against Munster.
Oh, yeah.
So that does make you wonder, whoa.
And they didn't try to run much against Hobart either. Kevin, I wanted to, you just touched on an aspect. when I look at tonight, Hanover is going to have something tonight that they really normally don't have. They had to play 4 quarters last week, and then now they're coming against another good opponent on the road. Is this going to be a mental challenge for Hanover tonight, playing these 2 tougher opponents back to back?
I think I could argue both sides of that. I think yes. I think there's a natural attrition that comes from banging bodies for 4 quarters that Hanover has not had to do, not only this season, unexpectedly, but really going back 3 years now. So there's something to be said for that. But then, the emotional side of it, is there what we would call a letdown game in college football, that week after a big rivalry game, the letdown game? I honestly don't think so. And here's what I've picked up on in covering Hanover football this year, is that this team continues to be fed by the notion that people keep still saying, yeah, but when it comes to Hanover football. Yeah, but you haven't beaten teams in the Northwest Crossroads. Yeah, but you haven't beaten Hobart. Yeah, but you haven't played Hobart. And this just is the next one on the list. Yeah, but we're talking about perennial state power, Andrean. Wake me up when you're ready to beat Andrean, then maybe I'll pay attention. So there's constantly that sort of undercurrent that they are being fed as a team. And, it's I don't think this is a team that's overconfident. If anything, the fact that they can beat a Hobart, the fact that they had been running clock teams like Lowell and Kankakee Valley, just leads me to believe that this is a team that is now walking off the field. They don't know that Hanover Central used to beat Bishop Knoll in double overtime. They only know that they handled Lowell easily, that they could beat Hobart late in the 4th quarter. And so I think you got a confident team coming in here to Father Eckert Stadium.
Kevin, when you look at Hanover's roster and you look at people like Caden Verrett, who has just been outstanding this year for Hanover Central. He's second in the area with 991 yards and 19 touchdowns. And then you look at a young man last year that was just making headlines all over the place, and he still is. Matt Coons is just an amazing quarterback, 5th in the area, and he's over 1,200 yards already. When you look at that, as Coach Skinner has to look at that, how do you try to stop that? Is it the offensive line of Hanover that is so well developed, or is it the fact that they throw the ball well? Where is the weakness?
Where is the weakness? That continues to be the question. We saw Munster gain some yardage on the ground against them. We saw Kankakee Valley have some success early on, and Hobart marched 80 yards on their first drive like a hot knife through butter last week. The difference, I think, is that you've got a coaching staff that time and again makes adjustments. You've got senior leadership. On both sides of the ball, you've got a line anchored by Colin Foy, a senior, who's really arguably the biggest impact player. He's not a skill position player, so we hardly ever call his name out, but he's easily the biggest impact player on this field tonight, arguably. And he has 191 career tackles, becomes the most of any defensive lineman in Hanover school history. And on the offensive side, he's got the blind side for Matt, and he's provided that kind of protection. Difference being with Matt Kuntz is that he doesn't have a, quote, primary target. He likes to distribute the ball. And so if you're Skinner, obviously you've coached the defensive backs, to keep the ball in front of you. But who's that ball going to? You can't key on a one-star receiver because in the last 3 games, no fewer than 5 receivers and as many as 7 receivers have been targets for Matt Kuntz.
All right, Kevin. One more thing before we let you go. Where do you see this game going? And any interesting tidbits that you have for us before we let you go?
Yeah, there's this weird kind of plant growing on the field that Hanover has not seen this year. It's green, and it seems to be pretty evenly spread out across the entire field. I didn't even know they still were allowed to play football on natural grass, but apparently Andrean still has a natural grass playing surface. Who knew? So I say that, of course, with facetiousness in my voice, but, is that a factor? This is the first time that Hanover Central has played a game this season on natural grass. Is that a factor? I asked Coach Parker if he did anything to prepare any different for the natural grass. His response was, and I quote, "Nope."
Nope. Well, that's some hard-hitting reporting you got there, Kevin. Well, we appreciate it. You've got our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week. We're looking forward to hearing more from you. This is going to be a fun one.
You got it. And I'll leave you with one little last kind of fun little tidbit as we look ahead to the Sacred Dunes Game of the Week tonight. Hanover head coach Brian Parker and Andrean head coach Chris Skinner do have a really personal connection tonight. Their daughters are best friends and classmates at St. Mary Crown Point.
Wow. Well, all right there. A little bit of a friendly rivalry going on.
You got to talk to you guys
All
later.
right. Thank you. That was Kevin Driscoll with an update from our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week. We're going to move from Father Eckert Field at 5959 Broadway, and we're going to move down to Hobart with Jason Hill with an On the Field with Morton at Hobart. Jason, how's the weather out there?
A little bit chilly tonight. But the sun's coming out here. The clouds are kind of moving out, like you guys said. So it should be a good night for some football.
So, Jason, you've got a fun one here. These are two hard-hitting teams. What do you think some of the keys are here?
Well, we'll start with Morton. They got a couple of key playmakers on offense. Holland Harris at quarterback and a running back, Dontrell Harris, who's averaging about 100 yards a game. So we'll see if that offense can keep going and match up with this big, tough Hobart Bricky defense. Some big guys up front for the Bricks, and if Morton can kind of match up and take this game into the second half, they might have a chance in this one to pull out a win here in Hobart.
Jason, when you look at your game now tonight, and I'm certain you kind of thought about this during the week, Morton just totally ripped Hammond Central last week, which was really a surprise for me. I thought that was going to be a close game. And don't forget that Morton has played well in games earlier this season. They've moved into our, top 10, and I think they're 3-3. I don't know why they're one game short, but so this is going to be a pretty good test. Now, the question I would think is, can they stop Sorensen? Can they stop T.J. Caldwell, the receiver for Hobart? And especially Willie Shearer in the backfield there for Hobart. But Morton's, from what we hear, has a huge defensive line. So what are you looking for there?
Yeah, we'll see. Hobart's got weapons of their own. That Willie Shearer, he is really quick. He hits that outside, and he has speed. And then, like you mentioned, between Sorensen using his legs and being able to find Caldwell and Abe Leonard out wide, they're real dynamic. And yeah, I haven't had a chance to see Morton this year. Know they had the big win last week, and we'll see if they are big up front. I know that they have a linebacker, Freddie Brown, who can just fly all over the field. I got a chance to see some of his highlights online, and actually was a former player, had him in middle school. It's a great kid, and I'm looking forward to seeing him here in a high school game. But I really think if that Morton defense can kind of contain at least one aspect of that Hobart offense, they'll for sure give them a chance in this game. Like you said, too, close game with Hanover, had a 10-point loss to Hanover early in the year, and had a good win to start the season over Portage. So, a little bit of a tough schedule they've had, too, going out to Penn. Be real interesting tonight to see if how Hobart actually responds from that loss last week. Kind of digging themselves a hole and then bouncing back and kind of making it a game later. But, did Coach Osika get the attention of all his boys? Are they focused this week and prepared to learn from that loss and come out ready to go tonight, or is that still going to be lingering? We'll see. But I have confidence that Coach Osika is sending the right message this week and got his team prepared.
Jason, just one last thing from me, and that is tonight, if you can kind of keep your eye on Dontel Harris from Morton. He only had 5 touchdowns against Hammond Central last week. So he might be somebody that I'm sure Coach Osika is preparing for.
Only 5?
Yeah.
Come on. Only 5? I'm sure, Coach. I'm sure he's all over the radar after his performance last week.
Jason, I really think this one has the potential to be maybe the best game of the night. Could be high scoring. Hobart has gotten in some high scoring games this year. The KV game comes to mind. Last week comes to mind. Morton has as well. I really think that this has the chance to be a very high scoring affair and a really good game tonight. And I think the Governors are a little, underrated. They played Hanover very well. They had Elkhart beat and actually kind of lost that game in the last minute or so on the road. And they have played Penn, and that was a very tough opponent for them. So I think this has a chance to be an outstanding game. And Hobart's one of those programs that the Morton guys, they really look forward to playing. So this should be a good one tonight.
For sure, I'm super excited too. For the same what you said there, Joe, is both teams have shown that they can score some points. So this definitely has high scoring written all over it. And I agree. Like I said, I haven't had a chance to see Morton this year. I've kind of been following as we've been discussing them, and like I said, a couple of guys online. But it'll be interesting. A good game here and a win for Morton would definitely bring that attention. So we'll be looking forward to this good one tonight.
All right, absolutely. Thank you much, Jason Hill. We appreciate the updates and looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on.
All righty, guys.
All right, thank you much. This is Jason Hill with an update from Morton at Hobart. We're going to go from Hobart to Highland with an on-the-field segment with Gary Graven with Kankakee Valley at Highland. Gary, what's going on?
A couple of other notes here before we get to this game. Wayne, the reason Morton's short a game is that Bowman backed out of a game with them a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
Secondly, at Chesterton, from the underground here, a couple of DBs are going to be out tonight. And Garrett Lewis, the stud running back for Chesterton, is a game-time decision. So as if this task isn't bad enough for Chesterton, they may be playing a little short-handed here tonight. But on to this game here. If I asked you to give me just one word, I know, Wayne, this is going to be hard for an English teacher to say one word. One word to describe Kirk Kennedy, what would it be?
Volatile.
How about you, Joe?
Intense.
Ben?
Intelligent.
I would say those are all correct, but of course my answer is right, and it's holding players accountable, even though that's more than one.
Gary is always right.
I just had a chance here to reconnect with Bert. I haven't seen him in probably 15 years, and he's very excited about things here at KV. Really, the team is coming along the way he wants it to. Maybe slightly more effort needed here to get them to where they need to be, but he was bragging about his underclassmen, his freshmen and sophomores, who have really set the pace like in the weight room this year, that they are the ones demanding accountability, and if people don't show up, they make phone calls and see why they're not there. Huh. And it really has caused this program to take the heat off of him to do all of that, where the leadership is coming from within. But it's an amazing story. And for our listeners here, I don't know if you guys have already mentioned tonight, if Kirk Kennedy wins tonight, it'll be his 200th win, which is rarefied air here. We haven't had this for a while. Coach Meeks at Rensselaer is closing in on 200 probably next season. And then Russ Radke, if he runs the table through the regular season and wins the sectional, he would actually hit the 400 win mark. But so this is a big deal. Kirk is actually coming along here with this team. They have two really stud players. Marco Castro, the running back, a junior, had more than 200 yards last week against Lowell. A very physical Larry Zonka-esque runner. Google it if you're under 40. Larry Zonka, very tough-nosed runner. And then the quarterback, Diego Arroyo, who is starting to add a little more passing to his run game. A very potent Chuso here offensively for KV. And the defense actually has been stepping up as they move through the season also. if we flip to the Highland side of the ball, we know that was the game I was at last week against Munster. They came back from really being flat on the mat, down 2 touchdowns pretty late in the game, forced the game into overtime, and then won, stopping Munster going for a 2-point conversion. But Coach Koulianos told me what a week of practice. That momentum for that incredible win against the rival has really carried through. Blake Vanek, unbelievable last week, just really put the team on his shoulders, carrying them through. Big run last week from Jason Lawrence, a 90-yard run, and then the D1 stud at linebacker, Nick Johnson. The interesting matchup tonight is Nick in the middle linebacker job against Castro, who likes to run between the tackles. So we'll keep an eye on that tonight. But 2 teams coming off their biggest wins of the year, looking for a chance to string wins here. And you would say next week, KV would probably be favored against Munster next week. So they really have a chance to string some wins here together if they can get the win tonight.
All right, Gary, if history of the last few weeks is any indicator, this game will go into quadruple overtime, specifically because you're covering it.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Ben. What?
This game's probably going to go into overtime because you're covering
Sorry, I
it.
didn't hear you, Ben. What?
Well, I don't think he wants to sit around in this weather here. Is that so?
He loves it.
It's nice.
It is, I will say, I'm sure the other correspondents who've been with you have mentioned, it is definitely a chill in the air here tonight, and the shorts are gone, and even the gloves are out. It's quite chilly. Interesting, there's a crosswind, a fairly, I think it's going to affect the game a little bit.
Sure.
A crosswind. Keep in mind, KV is one of the best punt returner, kick returners in the country. When we look at Xander, the kid Xander from KV, really been impressive all year. So, again, kicks could be an issue here. I would also say it's a good idea that there's fake turf here. I'm curious, they're playing at Lowell and at Andrean tonight with grass, and I think that's going to be a sloppy game in those places. But everything is beautiful here. The turf is even pretty dry here as you watch the players warm up.
All right, sounds good, Gary. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on.
Both coaches have said if it goes their way, they will come and talk to you.
Wonderful.
I had to explain to Kirk, because he was a little confused. He's like, do I just get on and talk, or are they going to ask me questions? I said, you can do whatever you want, Coach. So we'll see if KV wins. We'll see what he does with you guys after that.
All right, it's Kirk Kennedy's world, and we're just living in it. So, all right, thank you very much, Gary.
We'll see you, boys.
Yep. All righty, so that's our On the Field segment with Gary Graben at Kankakee Valley at Highland, and we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive, holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org.
For nearly 15 years, you've relied on Lakeshore Public Media to be your trustworthy news source, to cover our region's stories and to report on what matters. But as a nonprofit public broadcaster, your donation today helps ensure we can continue to serve you and the rest of Northwest Indiana with stories that inform and inspire for the next 15 years. Please visit lakeshorepublicmedia.org/give and donate today.
And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Scoreboard Update. Good evening, I'm Tom Maloney in for Steve Schmidt. This is your Scoreboard Update. The Sacred Dunes game of the week this week, the Hanover Central Wildcats at the Andrean 59ers. With a win, Hanover Central will have sole possession of the NCC Championship. If the 59ers win, well, there's a split. Maryville travels to Lake Central tonight. The 5-2 Pirates taking on the 4-3 Indians. Other Duneland action, the Crown Point Bulldogs look to continue to steamroll. They are 7-0, and they are visiting the 2-5 Chesterton Trojans. The Valparaiso Vikings at 5-2 on the year are at Portage to take on the 0-7 Indians. The Kankakee Valley Cougars, 3-4 overall, are at Highland to take on the 3-4 Trojans. And Kirk Kennedy, as you just heard, is going for his 200th career victory as a head coach. The Munster Mustangs are at Lowell tonight. The Mustangs 2-5, the Red Devils 2-5. The 4-3 Westside Cougars, who've hit a skid as of late, are at Bishop Knoll to take on the 2-5 Warriors. The Griffith Cougars, 3-4 on the year, travel to Calumet to take on the 2-5 Warriors. Lake Station Fighting Eagles, 2-5 on the year, are at Boone Grove. The Wolves, 5-2 on the year. That game is being played tonight at Wheeler High School. The River Forest Ingots, 4-3 on the season, travel to South Central to take on the 3-4 Satellites. The Wheeler Bearcats are at Whiting tonight. The Bearcats, 4-3 on the year. The Oilers, 2-5. The Hammond Central Wolves, 4-3 overall, travel to East Chicago Central to take on the 1-6 Cardinals. The Bowman Eagles, 1-3 on the season, travel to Tri-County to take on the 3-3 Cavaliers. That game kicked off tonight at 6 o'clock. We're working on tracking down an early score for that one. The Rensselaer Central Bombers are 3-4 on the year, and they travel to Northwestern to take on the 3-4 Tigers. For your scoreboard update, I'm Tom Maloney. Back to the action in the studio for Game Night.
Thank you, Tom. This is Ben Kolodzinski here with Wayne Svetanoff and Joe Arredondo, and it's the greatest part of the week. This is Wayne's World.
Wayne's World, party time, excellent.
All right.
Okay, this is week 8, and this is the area top 10 this week. We'll start with the little 5. Number 5, River Forest stays at 5, and they're 4-3 on the season. Wheeler, number 4, playing very well now. They're 4-3. Number 3 on the poll is North Judson, and I'm kind of surprised at this, but they play some good competition.
Sure.
They're 4-3. West Central has dropped from 1 to 2, and they are no longer undefeated. 6-1 on the season. And then Boone Grove, 5-2, and they've got an outstanding quarterback.
They throw the ball all over the place. Tom Maloney is just thrilled about this. Distinguished Boone Grove alumni, Tom Maloney. So for our little 5, we have River Forest at number 5, Wheeler at number 4, number 3 is North Judson, number 2, West Central, and number 1, Boone Grove, who's looked really sharp the last few weeks.
Really have. For the top 10 here, number 10 is Hammond Central. Boy, they've kind of struggled lately. Sure. They're 4-3, and the team above them is number 9, Hammond Morton. I think this is the first time in the poll for them. They beat Hammond Central pretty well, and they're 3-3. Remember, Gary Graben told us why they're only 3-3.
Right.
And that is they had to, delay Bowman's game. Number 8 is Lake Central at 4-3, and number 7 is Michigan City 4-3, and that was Michigan City's late win over Lake Central has to move them up.
Sure.
Still undefeated, but at number 6 is Knox. 7-0.
So the trajectory of Knox, they were number 1 in the Little 5 just a couple of weeks ago. Now look at them; they're number 5 in the Big Ten.
And we'll see how it works out this week.
Number 6, sorry.
Because the number 5 in the poll here is 5-2 Hobart.
Right.
And they've got a big game tonight for them also with Morton. Number 4 is Maryville, 5-2, playing well as usual. Valpo is number 3 at 5-2. Hanover Central, what a night for them. Number 2, 7-0 on the season for the Wildcats. And boy, I'll tell you, against Andrean, that's something.
Sure.
And then number 1, we haven't talked about them yet, Crown Point Bulldogs, 7-0. And they've got a good game tonight also. So that's the top 10 for this week.
I can agree with that here. Joe, what do you think about the top 10?
Well, I think it's getting a little more in line. I think Wayne did have Hammond a little overrated there for a while. And I think Morton is Morton's played a tough schedule.
Yes, they have.
Again, that Elkhart game, they were leading with a minute to go,
right,
and lost. And then having Penn on your schedule is difficult.
Right.
Although they got shut out by Penn, which I think they probably should have been able to score some points. But they've had problems with penalties on offense.
Yes.
I think Knox is definitely worthy of being there. One of the bigger games tonight that we're not going to talk about in the first hour though is LaVille, which was Knox's most difficult game this season, is playing North Judson tonight.
Yes.
So I think that's going to be the battle really for second place in the conference in the Hoosier. So that'll be a game to watch. Judson against LaVille. And then also keep an eye on what Knox is doing.
Right, Triton. Yeah, Triton is at Knox.
Right.
And, with Knox beating LaVille, and now LaVille having to go into Judson, who has a 4-3 record, this is going to be a tough game. I think this is going to be one of the better games in the south part
definitely.
of the year.
Well, all right, we got a special guest coming in here on set here. We're going to let Wayne take a little bit of a break, and we're going to bring in a special guest. But before we get there, Joe, this is going to be a really exciting night of football, and we've got a whole bunch of games that we're going to highlight here in a little bit. But here in Northwest Indiana, we definitely love the fact that our local communities and local businesses help us. We have right now Matt Shire from Purdue Federal Credit Union joining us here, and Purdue Federal Credit Union being our number one sponsor for the show. Thank you for supporting us. And Matt, tell us a little bit about Purdue Federal Credit Union.
Well, Purdue Federal Credit Union, we have a branch over in Crown Point, and I'm very excited to be here tonight because the game of the week, being Andrean and Hanover, they are two of our select employee groups.
Perfect.
And that's part of my job is I go around and I talk with select employee groups, and we add them on so that they can come in and take advantage of our products. And we're very proud to say that we do a lot with both of those organizations. I heard you talking earlier about Hanover. Mm-hmm. I was lucky enough to see them last year at their homecoming game. And let's just say most of that game was played on their side of the 50. That was
yes.
They had some serious defensive talent, so it was a fun game to watch. They look like a great program, and I'm sure it's gonna be a great game tonight. So.
Yeah, I'm sure it will be. And so you're familiar with Hanover. I know you're a local guy, and you're supporting you're supporting some of these local schools here. Mm-hmm. What is some of your history personally with some football in Northwest Indiana?
So my football career in history was pretty limited. Okay. I decided, which is probably a good thing for banking. I decided that I loved money, so I got a job and stopped playing football. But I was actually lucky enough. I played at Portage my freshman and sophomore year. Was not particularly good at the time, I must say. But I did get my face mask jerked around a little bit by Craig Bazia back then. So it was
the legendary,
the legendary Coach Bazia. Yeah, it was.
He's mellowed a lot since then, though.
Well, different time. we're gonna say it's a different time. Don't do as much of that. No more ear holing the D linemen. So no big deal. But
you're kind of a big guy, though, man. I don't know.
I try to be.
I don't know if you. If I'm trying to figure out why you weren't more successful as a player. You're kind of.
I didn't look
guy.
Like this back then.
Okay.
So that's what.
All right, you were a late bloomer.
Late bloomer. We're gonna say late bloomer. Weights have been good to me lately, so we'll say that. Yeah.
So we want to thank Purdue Federal Credit Union for sponsoring the show.
Very welcome.
We can't do it without you. So tell us a little bit about this program that you have with some of the high schools. schools here locally?
Yeah, that again, our Select Employee Group program is just a way for students, faculty, and the family of the students to come in and take advantage of our products if they so choose. Some of the great things that we like to do with those schools is we do a debit card contest where we give away like a $500 gift card, and the students will draw up how the debit card is going to look, and then we present them with a check, and then if anybody comes in and takes advantage of those debit cards, we then return a check back to the school. So it's another great way to give back to the school. Yeah, no, it's a really good program. And again, if anyone in the headlining game wants to come in and take advantage of either of those debit cards, you'll be helping out the school. So come.
Yeah,
come
that intrigues me because I actually have been hearing the underwriting announcement a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been wondering, what that was entailing. But what are some of the other services that college students, high school students, what are some of the other services that are popular with that younger generation now?
So obviously digital banking as kind of
they don't have money in their pocket.
Blown up. Yeah, I actually went to an event the other night, and they had a cash bar, and not just like a cash bar, but they had a cash bar where they weren't taking cards. I refused to get any drinks because I never carry cash, and I'm in banking, and that's most people these days. They want to be banking on the go. They want to be taking advantage of those types of things, and really, our banking services. I kind of cut my teeth in retail banking, and people I think sometimes don't really know what credit unions have to offer.
I know I don't.
Well, anything you can do at a retail bank, you can come take advantage of a credit union, and I'd say we probably do a little bit better. But I'm biased, so it's that's our kind of.
What's really interesting to me is not only are you providing a good service, but you're also giving back to the community.
Yeah.
And that is something that my mother was a teacher, my sister's a teacher, and obviously we are all here in Northwest Indiana to support what's going on here. And so your services and helping support local schools is really a benefit to Northwest Indiana.
Yeah, and we're happy to do it. It's part of our social mission. We're not a Johnny-come-lately when it comes to being at a school. My mom is also she's a recently retired teacher from Portage at Willow Creek. So teachers don't get the recognition that they always deserve. So we love, like on Teacher Appreciation Week, we love to take out gifts to the teachers. Fill up the room with snacks and things like that. And it's just a great partnership to have. It's a win-win for everyone involved all the way around. So
that's awesome too. Yeah. You guys might not even know your moms might know each other.
We might know each other. We'll have to.
Where'd your mom teach?
My mom taught at Portage High School. So,
okay.
So we may have to have a discussion after this.
Was she English? Mine was English.
No.
Okay.
She may have. You may have been thrown into detention by my mom at some point. No, I don't know.
Okay.
No, we'll have to see.
Hey, I was a good kid. Just because I was a good kid.
He went to Valpo, so he wasn't in detention.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough.
Well, if you went to Valpo, you're probably too good to talk to me. I'm from Portage, so it's okay.
No, you went to Valpo, not him.
Oh no, I went to VU University. But I went to Portage for undergrad.
That's what I said. But you went to Valpo U. That's
I did.
Yes.
I did.
Ben went to Purdue, but we're not going to hold that.
Yeah, so we've got an IU Hoosier, a VU Crusader, and a Purdue Boilermaker here. But we are talking about Purdue Federal Credit Union, so we got to hang our hat on that.
Yeah.
So let's talk about some local football. You're from Portage. Portage has maybe not a lot of success behind their system right now, but there is a ton of excitement. What does it mean for you to be a Portage alum and seeing Coach Rodriguez really bringing them forward and hopefully on the cusp of some success here?
Well, it's good to hear. I know that the DAC has always been very competitive since back when I was in school. So anyone who comes in is they've got an uphill climb. So I completely understand that. But hearing that we're bringing in a coach like Rodriguez with such a good pedigree, coming from Michigan City and then Morton before that. Hopefully the trajectory is only up for the school. So and again, I was you're looking at the scores and you're talking about the scores earlier. Like they're right in it. It's not like the blowouts are there. So so yeah, you just want to see kind of that progression in the program because the talent is walking the halls, and I don't think that there is a sport out there where coaching matters more than football. So if he can just harness that talent, I'm sure Portage will be destined for some great things. But it's nice. You talked about like what I've done in football. It's like I kind of caught on with football a little bit later. Playing flag football around the region, and you're talking about Hobart. I played in a league where hopefully the next future mayor Josh Huddlestein played in, and Anthony Curry over at Maryville was playing. And then Antoine Barnes, his son Antonio, just graduated last year, and he's playing over at Rolls-Homan. So it's nice to see, guys my age who, were weekend warriors and playing around. It's nice to see, their kids starting to play and really continuing, because it is a great game, and it's fun to watch, and you learn a lot of great lessons. And
Matt, where is Purdue Federal Credit Union located in Crown Point?
We're right on Broadway, across the street from where I always judge distance by food places, because
me too.
I also love food.
Too.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't love food? Yeah. We are right across the street from Gelsasimo's.
Okay,
so, and who's also actually one of our select employee groups.
Is it Andran going to be a neighbor here in the future, or if they ever move down there to that way?
If they do, I mean, we're already partnered with them, so they're welcome to get closer anytime they want to come on by the branch. Like, we love having them, and we love going to their events. They are a great school to work with. They've been very fun.
So Matt, you've talked about how you got more into football as time has gone on. I'm too broken down to even play flag football at this point. I'm overweight, and I've lost all what was left of my athletic ability. But I will say this much: you've had an opportunity to rub some elbows with some Northwest Indiana legendary athletes there.
Yeah.
You've worked with Albert Evans through that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that people don't understand, and if there's any current high school players looking at it right now, the biggest thing that I got from playing around or being around Albert Evans or talking with him, he's kind of like a local legend, and anyone that gets to that point, kind of ends up with that status, is just the intelligence for the game. Like, you can lift all of the weights you want, you can be as fast as humanly possible, but anymore, the separation, especially the NFL, is so small. There's only a few guys that are Tyreek Hill. There's only a few guys that are Aaron Donald, but you can be smarter about the game, and just having that knowledge and learning how to coach the game, just the dissemination of knowledge as it's gone over the years, watching a video on YouTube and seeing, hand fighting drills. I have a soft spot in my heart for pass rushers. Ergo, I hate quarterbacks. So, just seeing some of the things that you can find online, or like the advanced coaching techniques, like just watching where the game is going, I think is spectacular.
I think Albert's on the Crown Point staff.
He is. He is on the Crown Point staff. He's helping out Coach Bazia there, and the proof is in the pudding.
Right.
They're 7-0, and they did not let the brakes off on Portage. So
they did.
But they, that's a rivalry game for sure.
Well, yeah, and Coach Bazia and Albert Evans go a long ways back.
Sure.
Albert played for Coach Bazia.
Yep.
In fact, my final football game ever was against Portage and Albert Evans. I believe it was his sophomore year. It was my senior year.
Okay.
And on, I believe it was 4th and 2, Albert Evans playing running back.
Yep.
Took it for about 88 yards against Valpo and ended my football career.
Yeah.
So
he has the reputation of doing stuff like that.
He did. Yes, he did. Yeah. So, but a tremendous athlete, and he's gone on and actually been kind of a motivational individual here in Northwest Indiana, helping raise America's youth and propel them forward in today's society. And so that's when you see, that's what football does for a lot of the people in the community. It gives them an opportunity to give back. Albert Evans, who's gone on to play some of the highest of the highs, and works with kids, and that's why we do this show. We're not doing the show because we like to be on television and wave at the camera or have a microphone in front of us. We're doing this because we love the kids in Northwest Indiana, and we love what Joe is doing, what Wayne is doing. Wayne's another teacher. What you're doing for Northwest Indiana, we really love it.
Yeah, no, and again, he has done a lot. He's given a lot back to the region. I believe he works with Kwan Short Charities.
Yeah,
so
another Northwest Indiana,
exactly.
legend.
So just seeing those types of things. I mean, I think so often, guys will people will watch the NFL and just think, oh, they're overpaid, babies, and they do these types of things. But oftentimes, I feel like on the flip side, sports really brings people together.
Sure.
And it really is a way to galvanize a region, have a good time, go to a game on a Friday night, enjoy yourself,
right?
But also do great things, because the guys in the NFL, they get a bad rap, but 90% of them are just great guys being out there. So
sure, these are human beings who have worked their rear ends off.
Right.
And all right, do they get paid a ton? Yeah, but you know what? They've also put the work in to get paid
exactly.
a ton. And the vast majority of these folks are taking that money and giving it back to the areas that helped raise them.
Right.
Joe's been a teacher here, and he's been a principal for a long time, and we love the way that we support here in Northwest Indiana. And we're running out of a little bit time here. Matt, is there anything else you want to add about Purdue Federal Credit Union and what you guys do here in Northwest Indiana?
No, just come on down. We'd love for the opportunity to earn your business. If you are a business owner and you're ever looking for opportunities to partner with our Select Employee Group program, please do not hesitate to contact me. I will talk to anyone at any time, as evidenced by what's happening right now. So, feel free to reach out. We just want to be a good steward in the community. We'd love to see, every school in Northwest Indiana come in and take advantage of, what we have to offer. Crown Point, Maryville, Portage, everyone. So. We don't want to put up any barriers. That's kind of how credit unions are structured.
Sure.
Not everyone can kind of get in, but anything I can do to help remove those barriers, come on in, take advantage of our products, and I'm sure you'll leave pretty satisfied. So,
well, thank you much, and we really appreciate you supporting us and investing in our show.
Absolutely.
And this new and improved version of Game Night here with everything we do here. We can't do it without people like you. We can't do it without people from the community donating their hard-earned dollars to us, and we really appreciate everything. So, Matt Shire, from Purdue Federal Credit Union, we appreciate everything that you've done. Thank you for coming on with us.
You're very welcome. Happy to be here.
All right. Thank you.
Enjoyed it, Matt.
All right, that's Matt Shire with Purdue Federal Credit Union, and thank you for everything that you've given us. And we're going to go ahead and take a quick break on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive, holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org.
You're listening to Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, WLPR FM Lowell. Your home for local news, traffic, weather, sports, and more. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org.
And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Scoreboard Update. I'm Tom Maloney in for Steve Schmidt on this Scoreboard Update tonight. The Sacred Dunes game of the week. It is Hanover Central taking on the Andrean 59ers. The Wildcats are 7-0 on the season. With a victory, Hanover Central will have sole possession of the Northwest Crossroads Championship. The Maryville Pirates travel to Lake Central to take on the 4-3 Indians. The Indians are without running back Xavier Williams for the evening. A big loss for Lake Central. The Crown Point Bulldogs look to continue their domination of the Duneland. They are 7-0 on the season, 5-0 in conference, and they travel to Chesterton to take on the 2-5 Trojans. The Valpo Vikings travel to Portage to take on the Indians tonight in other Duneland action. The Kankakee Valley Cougars and Kirk Kennedy going for his 200th win at Highland tonight. We'll have Gary Graben on the call for that one. Munster Mustangs travel to Lowell to take on the Red Devils, who have struggled this season, but it is Lowell football weather. The Westside Cougars travel to Bishop Knoll to take on the Warriors. The Griffith Cougars are at Calumet to take on the other Warriors. The Lake Station Fighting Eagles, well, they travel to Boone Grove tonight to take on the Wolves. That game, though, is being played at Wheeler High School, not at Boone Grove's new stadium. Just an inconspicuous throat clear, I promise. The River Forest Ingots are 4-3 on the year, and they travel to South Central to take on the 3-4 Satellites. The Wheeler Bearcats are at Whiting to take on the Oilers. The Hanover Central Wolves looking to take one against the EC Central Cardinals. They are 1-6 on the year. A victory for Hammond Central would give them a tie effectively for the Great Lakes Conference Championship. Morton 1-0. But Morton does need to lose, as Hammond Central is 0-1 on the year in conference play. The Bowman Eagles travel to Tri-County tonight to take on the Cavaliers. That game kicked off about an hour ago. We're still looking for updates on the first score for that game. And the Rensselaer Central Bombers, 3-4 on the year, travel to Northwestern to take on the 3-4 Tigers. We'll go ahead and send it to a break, and then it is more Game Night action. You're listening to Game Night here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM.
Ever had a stressful day and snapped at your kid? Parenting expert Becky Kennedy can relate.
I freaked out at him. I was like, what is wrong with you? You don't appreciate anything I do. Did I call him a spoiled brat? Did I was scary. I was reactive.
Ideas about how to repair relationships. That's next time on the TED Radio Hour from NPR.
Tune in Saturday morning at 10 and Sunday morning at 11 here on Lakeshore Public Media. As you travel across Northwest Indiana and into Chicago, take Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM along for the ride. With our newly expanded signal, we're with you from the southern corner of Michigan and into Chicago, and of course across Northwest Indiana. From the dunes at Lake Michigan to the windmills of Wolcott, Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM is along for the ride, wherever you call home.
On the next Radio Lab,
state police cars parked almost as far up.
The story of a serial killer.
I've killed before, and I'll kill again.
Many deputies standing by.
His righteous lawyer.
People saying, how can you live with yourself?
Shabby subversion of the law and of justice.
Bodies used as pawns in a game of law.
And a dangerous secret that set a precedent.
The conflict between what a good lawyer should do and what a good person should do.
That's on the next Radio Lab.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 1 and Sunday afternoon at 2 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
For decades, teachers looked up to them.
She was like a rock star walking into that building.
If Beyonce came and gave a private concert in my district, it would not have been a bigger deal for many of my teachers.
But the reading gurus had it wrong.
What I'm haunted by is when it wasn't working, I blamed it on children.
On the next Reveal.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 2 and Sunday morning at 9 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
I'm Andrea Ambam. This week on Our Body Politic, Prairie Rose Seminole on the crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous women and how Native families are pushing for change.
There is hope because we've taken it into our own hands. We've collected ourselves as community to do our searches, to really put pressure on law enforcement.
That's on Our Body Politic, a show about creating a world we want to live in.
Tune in Saturday morning at 9 and Sunday morning at 10 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
For more than 3 decades, one video game franchise has shocked parents and captivated players with its over-the-top violence. Over Over the years, the series has changed, and so has the industry. Mortal Kombat co-creator Ed Boon on how the game keeps evolving on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Tune in at 4 o'clock for Weekend All Things Considered here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org.
I am a girl.
Joan Baez has been a legend in music since she was a teenager, but offstage she struggled.
After so many years of anxiety, panic attacks, etc., I thought, there's something in there I need to get to.
Joan Baez, I'm a Noise, a new documentary, Saturday on Weekend Edition from NPR News.
Tune in Saturday morning at 7 for Weekend Edition Saturday here on Lakeshore Public Media. Now, back to the action here on Game Night.
Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff and Joe Arredondo. We are getting ready for some kickoffs here, and before we do our Players of the Week, we've already got an update from Jason Hill with an update from Hammond Morton at Hobart. Jason, what's going on?
Hammond has arrived. LeBron Hill, 80-yard kickoff return down at the 9-yard line. Dontrell Harris takes it one play from there. Morton leads this one 7-0 with 20 seconds gone by in this game. 20
seconds gone by in the game. How's the crowd responding to this, Jason?
Small crowd for Hobart and small crowd for the Governors here tonight. Definitely sucked the sales out. Student section was going pretty hard there to start. A little bit smaller than normal, but still loud here out at the Brickyard. And all the momentum just sucked out of that Hobart sideline on that kickoff return by LeBron Hill.
Well, Jason, it seems like you came out to a hot start here. Do you gentlemen have any questions you want to ask?
Have they kicked off to Hobart yet? Has Hobart had a possession?
Not yet. We're getting set to kick here right now as we speak. But like Joe mentioned in the pregame there, or the on the field section, Hobart has power and muscle on that offensive side of the ball as well. So we'll be looking for Hobart to respond here pretty quick. I'm sure that Johnny Sorensen and Willie Shear are eager to get on this field here.
Well, I really had a feeling it was going to be a close game, a la Hobart KV. Yeah, that's pretty quick. Already getting points on the board.
That's about as quick as it gets. All right, Jason, one more time. What was that score and time update, please?
It is 7-0 here at Hobart. Morton leading Hobart with 11:30 to go in the first quarter.
Wow.
Wow. All right, thank you much, Jason. We're looking forward to hearing more from you. All right, so Jason Hill with the Morton and Hobart game. That game got off to a very quick start. So we'll see what more fireworks happen in that game. But speaking of fireworks, we have our Players of the Week for this week, and one I want to talk about here first is someone who's been throwing the ball around Northwest Indiana like a champion here. His name is Matt Rowland from Boone Grove.
Boy, you look at Rowland. He had 5 touchdowns. 3 passing, 2 running against Whiting.
Right.
He's already thrown for over 1,800 yards and 19 touchdowns. This guy has just been putting on a show all season long.
And yeah, he has, and he's one of the nation's leading passers.
Yes.
I'm not sure exactly where he sits right now, but he was top 10 in the nation at one point for his amount of yards that he's been throwing for. So he's been an excellent player this week, or this season. But an excellent player this week especially was Dontrell Harris for Hammond Morton.
Yeah, he had 5 TDs against a huge rival, Hammond Central, and he was really one of the reasons that Morton was able to really dominate Hammond Central.
Right.
And you can see he's already scored 1 touchdown already against
20
Hobart.
seconds into the game, folks. So there is this is a dynamic athlete, and he's doing an excellent job.
Caden Verrett is a young man from Hanover Central. He had 2 TDs and 160 yards total. Versus Hobart last week. He has 991 yards and also 19 14 touchdowns on the season.
You know, I'm facetious when I say who's Caden Brett, because I believe he's actually been our player of the week two times already this season. This is one of the premier athletes in Northwest Indiana, and there's another excellent athlete on his team with him.
Boy, Emmy Doty from Hanover Central, 30-yard field goal against Hobart.
Yeah, 30-yard field goal. So she's got a leg on her.
Yeah,
and she's pretty good though. So, yeah, definitely a weapon. I've always said that a kicker in high school football is an excellent weapon to have. So good on Emily Doty for kicking a 30-yarder, which is not a chip shot.
Yeah.
So, another individual who's highly recruited out of high school, we've got Tyler Bush from Michigan City.
Yeah, 2 touchdowns against Portage. He has over 1,100 yards plus so far and 10 touchdowns on the season. And Tyler has really been the offense, even though Jaden Hart is a heck of a running back. Tyler's kind of taken over that team and as a quarterback.
Sure. And speaking of quarterbacks, we've got the starting quarterback for the number 1 team in Northwest Indiana, Crown Point Bulldogs. We've got Noah Ehrlich.
Yeah, Noah had, 2 touchdowns last week against LaPorte. And when you look at the stat sheet for, quarterbacks, he's really down the low end of that. And you think, well, wait a minute. Last year at Hobart, he was throwing the ball
bombing away, right.
But Crown Point runs the ball with a vengeance.
Right.
So he is really their leader behind that quarterback position.
So we've also got Case Kwiatkowski from Lake Central.
Yeah, 2 TDs, and he's been their quarterback all season. But again, overshadowed a little bit with Xavier Williams. Now he's stepping up.
Right.
He can run the ball, and he can pass the ball. Right. So this young man had a nice week last week.
So here's an individual that kind of got thrust into the spotlight this last couple of weeks. We've got Tommy Berta from Valparaiso.
He took over for Travis Davis, who was injured, and he only produced 2 touchdowns, but 146 yards versus Maryville.
Right.
And he did the same thing last year when Davis got hurt. He came in, and he stabilized that running game for the Valparaiso Vikings.
So before we continue with some of these standout players this week, we do have an update on the field from Brian Sosnowski from Maryville at Lake Central. Brian, what's going on out there?
Hey, just wanted to let you know the score here at the home of Wayne Svetanoff.
Yeah.
The real question is, Wayne, who are you pulling for? Lake Central teacher, I believe, and a Maryville alum, I believe, correct?
Wow, you're right there.
He's on his A game.
That's a tough one, Ryan.
Hey, he used to pick against Lake Central when he was getting paid from them.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
That's a tough question, buddy.
So what's going on, Ryan?
All right, so here for your beef of the week, we have a Lake Central field goal with 7 minutes and 28 seconds left in the first quarter. Probably looked like about 10 yards out by number 30, Trevor Baldwin, for the field goal. Xavier Williams is out for today.
Ooh.
So Lake Central seems just to be rushing the ball down Maryville's throats. And I guess a favorite ball handler for Kwiatkowski today to hand it off to would be number 3, senior Amarion Brooks.
Yes.
He's probably had about maybe 30 rushing yards so far.
So, Ryan, where do you see this game going forward from here?
So, after looking up some scores, I predict this game. This is going to be maybe a average, lower scoring game. I don't think we'll probably break the 30s here, or we'll get close. Watch now, it's going to be like a 50-point,
there you
game.
Go.
And
you're calling it.
But Maryville has seemed to struggle a little bit on offense lately in some of these games. With Portage, when you look at their scores, their defense is really what keeps them in the game. So I'd be looking for that for Maryville's side. And then let's see how Lake Central adjusts. Kwiatkowski has only aired out about 1 pass, and it ended up being incomplete, so they seem to be rushing the ball. If they continue to do that, I think they will struggle a little bit on the offensive end, but we shall see.
Ryan, has Maryville had the ball yet?
They just got the ball now.
For the first time?
Yep, and the ball is on the 46.
Okay.
Wow. So I have a sneaking suspicion that there may be some fireworks here in this game. We'll see how that goes. So,
yeah, I hope so. It's the beef of the week. I'm looking for. I got excited. Lake Central had some Italian beef.
Well, there you go.
Second beef of the week I covered. So let's hope there's some spicy peppers sprinkled along the
Perfect. I can't wait for more beef-related innuendo for the rest of the show. So
hey, I'm running dry here, so nobody likes dry beef.
There we go. No well-done steaks for you. So
Nope.
One more time, Ryan. What is that score and time update, please?
The score is 3-0 with 5:46 left to go in the first quarter. Maryville ball.
All right, thank you much. Ryan Sosnowski with an update from our beef of the week, Maryville at Lake Central. We're going to go from Ryan to Jason Hill with an update from Morton at Hobart. Jason, what's going on at Hobart?
Maybe Jason should just stay on the line.
There's a lot of action going on. Jason, what's up?
First quarter score update. 7-3, Morton leads Hobart. Hobart on their first drive had a few big plays. Big 30-yard completion to Zach Bloom for the Brickies, set up Hobart inside the red zone. And then a pass interference call and some closer to the goal line. But the Morton defense held true. Freddie Brown came in on two big plays, both tackles for loss, and settled for a Langford field goal for the Brickies. So Morton still in the lead in this one, 7-3. It's about 8 minutes to go. Driving now on their second possession of the night.
You said Langford. What is the kicker's name?
Xander Langford, I believe.
Xander. All right. And how far was the field goal?
It was about a 30-yard field goal.
Okay.
Good hold, clean kick. Really no wind here. It's a little chilly, but not too windy out here in Hobart tonight.
All right, Jason, we appreciate the update. One more time, what is that score and time update, please?
7-3, Morton leading Hobart with 7:20 to go in the first.
All right, thank you, Jason. We appreciate the update, and I think we're going to be hearing a lot more from you as this game goes on. All right, that was Jason Hill with an update from Morton at Hobart. So we were left off before these score updates came in. We were talking about our players of the week, and we just talked about, or we began speaking about Tommy Berta from Valparaiso, who got thrust into a position of leadership here. He had an excellent game.
Yeah, he really did. 2 TDs, 146 yards, and he is an outstanding back. He doesn't fumble the ball. He's not, real shifty, but he gets the job done. And he's very intelligent. He follows that offensive line very well, so he reads the line well.
I equate him to Terrell Davis, kind of a one-cut-and-go type guy, and that's great.
Also, Julian Stokes for Valpo. He had an 82-yard kickoff return for a TD versus Maryville. So that's great for Julian. And finally, Zane Zanders, who we really talked about today, for Kankakee Valley, had 2 touchdowns, one offensively and one defensively. I love it when you get one player gets an offensive and a defensive
a standout on both sides of the ball, right? You love to see that. So some excellent performances this week, but I think one player kind of stood out from there. This is the Chuck DeMoss Player of the Week, and we have Aaron Hogan from South Central.
Who?
Aaron Hogan from South
And
Central.
he did what?
He set a school record. You want to tell us about that, Wayne?
Yeah, he set a school record for South Central with 8 touchdowns versus Lake Station. 8 touchdowns. Wow. That's amazing.
That's incredible.
That is amazing.
So 8 touchdowns. If anyone is responsible for 8 touchdowns, you're going to be Player of the Week.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
So Aaron Hogan, South Central, 8 touchdowns, a school record versus Lake Station. Excellent job by Mr. Hogan, the Chuck DeMoss Player of the Week. At that point, you just got to start calling him Hulk Hogan. So we do have an update from Kevin Driscoll for our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week with Hanover at Andrean. And Kevin, what's going on out there?
6:55 to go, first quarter. Hanover Central takes a 6-0 lead on Andrean. Andrean won the toss and deferred. They kicked off. Hanover Central took the opening drive 80 yards, 14 plays, 80 yards. It took 4:55, and it culminated in a Matt Kuntz 2-yard touchdown run. It was a balanced drive, 9 rushes, 5 passes. So pretty balanced offensive drive and fairly time-consuming. Hanover content to just really take their time, and Andrean defense bent but didn't break, and then finally broke there thanks to Caden Barrett collecting about 43 yards on that first drive. So a good balance. Andrean on their first drive has the ball at their own 42-yard line.
So extra point was blocked, Kevin?
Correct. Yeah, thank you. We have a blocked extra point afterward. That was Emmy Doty's kick, was blocked by the Andrean defensive line, broke through like a hot knife through butter.
All right, before when you need to call us I want to hear you and Ben break down the Purdue-Iowa game tomorrow. So definitely call us at halftime, even if you don't have anything else to say.
I will be in a good deep sleep. I tell you, you're looking to get a good nap on a Saturday afternoon. Watch the Iowa offense. Someone compared the being an Iowa football fan to like your son's third grade art. You're the only one who can really appreciate it and love it. You display it proudly, but you just know that no one else can appreciate it like you do. But I'm getting a little bit off topic. We talked a little bit in the pregame. Would the fact that the game's being played on grass impact Hanover Central? And maybe I'm reading into this a little bit, but there were 2 fumbles on snaps for Hanover on their first offensive drive, both recovered by the quarterback. But so will that come into play? We'll have to see.
As long as Hanover doesn't lose those.
All right, one more time, Kevin. Oh, go ahead.
You got 5:25 to go, first quarter. Hanover up on Andrean, 6-0. Andrean on their first drive is now facing a 3rd and 12. A Hanover win means outright Northwest Crossroads Conference title. This is Hanover's last conference game this season. If Andrean can get the win, then they can own a share of the title with a win next week at Lowell.
All right. Thank you much, Kevin. We appreciate the update. Looking forward to hearing more from you. That was Kevin Driscoll with an update from our Hanover at Andrean, the Sacred Dunes game of the week. We do have full phone lines and a hard break to come up to. So Gary Graben with an update from Kankakee versus Highland. Gary, what's going on?
This is Ryan.
All right. So we're going to go ahead and talk with Ryan. How's it going, Ryan?
Hey, we're doing great over here. We have a Maryville score, which makes the game 7-3. Maryville leads. A lot of rushing up the field. Essentially, Pope with the keeper for the score, which at about the 2:17 mark, which made the score 7-3 Maryville.
All right.
A minute and a half to go in the first quarter.
So a little bit back and forth here, Ryan. What do you see as the keys right now going forward?
Well, I'm curious to see here how Lake Central's going to big sack by Jeremiah Jordan of Maryville, which I think loses. Lake Central lost about 10 yards or so. But the key is definitely how Lake Central is going to handle the stifling Maryville defense. And I'm just curious to see, one thing to watch here is the passing game.
Sure.
I think this could definitely open up wide, depending on whichever team, decides to pass the ball. Because so far it's just been rushing. This is kind of reminiscent of how Lake Central played Michigan City. And then you saw in the second half, Kwiatkowski started throwing the ball. So I'll be curious to see if that adjustment comes again in this game. And I'll be curious to see the arm of Dante Pope as well, the senior quarterback here at Maryville.
All right. Thank you, Ryan. One more time. What is that score and time update, please?
With 28 seconds to go in the first quarter of your Beef of the Week, Maryville leads Lake Central 7-3.
All right, thank you much. We appreciate that, Ryan. And unfortunately, we got our lines crossed here a little bit. We're going to go to break, but we will have Gary Graben on the backside of this break.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive, holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future.
From Muddy Waters to Toronzo Cannon and Buddy Guy to Wayne Baker Brooks, the blues lives on Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM every Friday night, beginning at 10 p.m. following game night. Cruise the Blues with Mr. Jack. Visit all of your friends of the blues and wrap up with Blues Before Sunrise. Friday night is Blues Night here on Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org or on your smart speaker. And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Scoreboard Update. I'm Tom Maloney in for Steve Schmidt. This is your scoreboard update. The Sacred Dunes game of the week. Matt Kuntz with a 2-yard touchdown run gives the Hanover Central Wildcats the 6-0 lead as the point after attempt was blocked. It's Hanover Central 6-0 over the Andrean 59ers early in the Sacred Dunes game of the week. Well, it was LC on the board first for the Beef of the week against Maryville with a 22-yard field goal by Trevor Balden, putting up the Indians 3-0. But Maryville answers with a Dante Pope 3-yard touchdown run for the score. It's the Pirates 7-3 in the first quarter there. Crown Point Bulldogs at the Chesterton Trojans 0-0. The Crown Point Bulldogs were driving in the first quarter. Chesterton, though, forced a turnover on downs at their own 24-yard line. A big stop defensively for Chesterton, who looks to hang with the dominant Bulldogs. Still waiting as well on the first score update for the Valpo Vikings at Portage. Michigan City at LaPorte, the Wolves up 7-0 as Tyler Bush scores from a Zaire McKinney scores from a 28-yard pass from Tyler Bush. The Morton Governors at Hobart. Hobart kicks a field goal to get on board at 7-3 Morton over the Brickies. Morton had a Dontrell Harris 9-yard touchdown run following an 80-yard kickoff return to open the game, but the Brickies able to answer with a quick field goal on their next drive. We've got Gary Graben. He'll get us a score update on Kankakee Valley and Highland. Again, Kirk Kennedy going for his 200th win there. Munster at Lowell, also still waiting for a score update there. Westside at Bishop Knoll. Gillespie Moore goes 77 yards for the touchdown. The 2-point conversion fails. It's Westside 14-0. Moore also added a 2-point conversion on Omarion Youngbor's 5-yard touchdown earlier in the game. 0-0 is Griffith and Calumet after one. They are already into the second quarter there. Little technical difficulties there. South Central is up 8-0, scoring on the first play of the second quarter against the River Forest Ingots. And we're still waiting on the first score update from Wheeler and Whiting. First score update as well from Hammond Central at EC Central and Bowman at Tri-County. That game was a 6 o'clock kickoff. Still haven't seen an update there. And then Rensselaer Central at Northwestern. We'll have more for you coming up. But first, let's get back into the studio.
Thank you, Tom Maloney. That was Tom with an update, our scoreboard update. It's Ben Kolodzinski here with Wayne Svetanoff and Joe Arredondo. And I believe we have Gary Graben on line 3. We'll try to get that one right here this time. So we got Kankakee Valley at Highland. Gary, are you there?
I am here, thrilled with that Iowa football talk. I can't tell you how thrilling that is to be on hold and listen to that. Spine-tingling. Here at Highland, KV, the air attack on display for the Cougars. First, a 17-yard touchdown pass from Diego Arroyo to Gabe. The extra point was good. That was at the 6:29 mark. And just now, right before you came to me, a 40-yard touchdown pass from Arroyo. I believe it was to Lane Zander. A 40-yard with the extra point good. It is 14-0 KV with 2:25 left in the first quarter.
You know, there was some kind of turning point after the Hanover Central beating of KV 47-7. Since then, they beat Culver Military, which I thought was an upset. And then the big win last week. It'll be interesting to see if they go on to win tonight. What was the thing that turned the season around for KV this year? Because it's been a definite switch since that Hanover Central game.
I think the thing that's changed here is this air attack that was not there when I saw KV in week 3 against Andran. There was not an air attack, but now they are clearly going over the secondary comfortably with, it looks like a team that's been passing all along. Again, not their usual modus operandi, but this is what they're doing here tonight, and they obviously are having some success. Highland has done very little here on offense. It's been a very sluggish start for the Trojans.
This Arrero, the quarterback for KV, right now I think he has about 622 yards. That's like middle of the road for passing. So you're right. The KV, the turnaround is they're opening it up a little bit.
It took Coach Kennedy 198 wins to discover the forward pass. Is that what we're saying?
That's right.
Come on. Come on now. So thanks, Gary. One more time, what is that score and time update, please?
Again, it's 14-0 KV over Highland. About a minute and a half left in the first. By the way, quickly, I asked Coach Kennedy who his first win was against of these 199 wins, and it was actually against Calumet, and it was a game that took 2 days to complete because of weather.
Wow.
So win number one, he had to go to sleep with a lead, but not a comfortable lead.
Wow, fair enough. So, all right, thank you, Gary. We appreciate the update.
You got it, boys.
All right, that's Gary Graben with an update from Kankakee Valley at Highland. We're going to go from Highland to Hobart with an update from Jason Hill, Morton at Hobart. Jason, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Still in the first quarter here with about a minute left to go. It is 13-3, Morton leading Hobart. Connor Stafford for the Brickies came up big after Morton had a touchdown called back on a hold. The next play, Colin Harris threw an interception trying to go up top for LeBron Hill, was actually picked off by the Brickies. But then Hobart really unable to get any type of momentum here on offense. They're not having any trouble moving the ball. Willie Shears having a little bit tough time getting out of the backfield. But Johnny Sorensen's been able to find Aiden Leonard and TJ Caldwell and move this ball down the field. Hobart kind of can't get out of their own way. Couple of snaps over Sorensen's head, a couple of short. Just having trouble with the exchange on these first couple of drives. Just kind of shot themselves in the foot. And then as they pick up a first down inside the red zone, snap over Sorensen's head, a tackle for a loss, and on third down they're in a deep passing situation, and he throws a red zone interception. So Morton's taking over for their next possession here, up 10 points with a very interesting first quarter that we've had here.
You don't know, Jason, do they have a new center tonight, or what's going on with those exchanges?
I'm not sure if, it is a little wet out here. I mean, it is cold, I don't know if he's not getting a good grip on the ball, or, the speed of this Morton team is really kind of showing here on the bricks a little early. I bet that center kind of wants his hand back, so maybe he's rushing a little bit with the snap, and it's just not as clean as they'd like. It's something they're definitely going to have to clean up here, because just too many times already here in this first quarter, it's just been a drive killer, having to settle for a field goal and then setting yourself up third and long when you had essentially first and goal at the 10. So definitely keep an eye on it. I saw them driving at me. I was really trying to pay attention to that center, and it didn't look like anything too bad. It looked like he was clean there, but you see here in the background here, this Montel Harris, his speed is just giving the Brickies trouble as he scampers in for another 57-yard touchdown. He had a 50-yard touchdown on his second touchdown of the night. This is his third. He got one from 9, one from 50 out, and this one from 57 out. His speed's really giving Hobart trouble here. Morton extends the lead 19-3 pending the
Wow.
Well, did they miss the field goal when it was 7-0? They scored. So then it went to 13-0. Now it's 19-0. 19-3, right?
19-3. Morton had missed an extra point kick there.
Okay.
I've noticed on both of their kickoffs, as this one's good, 20-3 Morton. Both of their kickoffs, the ball's been flat on the ground, and they've been very, very short squibs. Not sure if they're just trying to keep the ball away from some of the Hobart athletes on the back of that return line there, or if Morton's just struggling with the kick, doesn't want to chance anything. But the kicking for Morton really hasn't shown tonight. So 20-3 here, and we are 47 seconds left in the first quarter. Morton leading Hobart.
My goodness, Jason, you've got a lot of action early. We appreciate the update and looking forward to hearing more from you.
All right, guys.
All righty, that was Jason Hill with an update from Morton at Hobart. We're going to go from Hobart to Chesterton with an update from Ryan Welsh, Crown Point at Chesterton. Ryan, what's going on?
Yeah, we're at the beginning of the second quarter here, and Crown Point strikes first at the end of the first quarter with a 16-yard touchdown pass from Ehrlich to Delich in the back corner of the end zone, and pulled out here, I'll tell you that much.
Could you repeat that? You broke up a little bit there.
Crown Point scores first at the end of the first quarter with a 16-yard touchdown pass from Ehrlich to Delich.
All right, so what do you think is the key right now for Crown Point here for the rest of this game?
For Crown Point, I'd definitely say their defense, because so far Chesterton on all three of their possessions have gone 3 and out, so they're really executing on defense, and if Chesterton can't score, they can't win, right?
Right.
Who's the quarterback for Chesterton?
I believe it's Brandon. What's his last name?
McCormick?
McCormick?
Yes.
Yeah.
McCormick.
So yeah, McCormick had to come in to relieve an injury of the starter. So he's been known to be a good passer. Ryan, has he shown any strength with the arm so far this game?
Not too much. He's also not facing a lot of pressure. A lot of balls thrown away. A lot of balls placed out of bounds for sure.
Yeah, it sounds like the Crown Point defense is dominating. Chesterton's defense did a good job of stopping the Bulldogs on that first drive, but this looks like a recipe for Crown Point going to be wearing down the Chesterton defense here if their offense can't get anything going.
Absolutely, and that's what we're seeing. I mean, Crown Point started early, getting Ellison a lot of touches and trying to warm him up, no pun intended. But you could definitely see Crown Point warming up now with a lot more games for sure.
All right, thank you, Ryan. One more time, what was that score and time update, please?
Crown Point leads Chesterton 7-0, 7:50 left in the first half.
All right, thank you much, Ryan. Looking forward to hearing more from you. All right, we'll go from Chesterton, Indiana to Lake Central. We're going to get an update from Brian Sosnowski with an update from our Beef of the Week, Maryville at Lake Central. Ryan, what's going on?
Well, it appears the Ryans are well represented in the Duneland Conference today. With that being said, Maryville has a 14-3 lead with 7 minutes and 44 seconds to go in the second quarter. This is started off by a big 35-yard return, that brought it to the Lake Central to the Lake Central 38. And then after a pass to number 10, Dermont Bogard for a few yards. This all led to Jaquarius Johnson rushing the ball in from about the 7-yard line to make it a 14-3 lead, Maryville.
All right,
so big second touchdown for the Pirates to extend the lead. That's one of my favorite names, I think, in Northwest Indiana, Jaquarius Johnson. He's had a solid year. Maryville's got weapons, and Lake Central defensively is going to have to try to keep this game close because you don't want to get in a scoring match with Maryville.
No, absolutely not. And it definitely appears that Lake Central is wearing down this Lake Central team by running the ball here on this cold night.
All right, fair enough. Ryan, one more time, what was that score and time update, please?
With 7 minutes and 1 second left in the first half, Maryville leads Lake Central 14-3.
All right, thank you much, Ryan. That's Ryan Sosnowski with an update from our Beef of the Week, Maryville at Lake Central. And we're going to go ahead and take a quick break on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday Night Lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future.
Jordan Peele is the current king of black horror, and recently he's been working with new and legendary voices in the game to redefine the genre.
It's not that everyone had Get Out to me. It's that everyone had an expression of their fear. And you can't ignore your blackness when you're writing a horror story.
Jordan Peele on Black Horror, next time on It's Been a Minute from NPR.
Tune in Saturday evening at 6 and Sunday evening at 5 here on Lakeshore Public Media. And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Scoreboard Update. I'm Tom Maloney in for Steve Schmidt. The Sacred Dunes Game of the Week. Matt Kuntz punching it in from 2 yards out to give the Hanover Wildcats a 6-0 lead over the Andrean 59ers. The PAT was blocked, though we do have Kevin Driscoll on hold. We'll be getting to him in just a moment to get another update, hopefully, here on Hanover and Andrean. Maryville Lake Central, it has been all Pirates since LC opened up the scoring with a 3-0 lead with a 22-yard field goal. Maryville's Dante Pope scored a 3-yard touchdown, and then Jaquarius Johnson from 5 yards out puts the Pirates up 14-3 over LC. Crown Point Bulldogs get on the board. Noah Elric throws a 16-yard touchdown pass to Landon Delich. Crown Point up 7-0 over Chesterton. The Valpo Vikings up 6-0 over the Portage Indians with a 2-yard touchdown run. The PAT was no good for the Vikings. Michigan City is up 14-0 over LaPorte as Jaden Hart punches it in from the 2-yard line to extend the Wolves' lead. And it has been all Morton tonight. Surprise, surprise. Up 20-3 over the Hobart Brickies. Morton up early 7-0. The The Brickies score a field goal to pull it within 7-3, and then it's 14 straight unanswered for the Governors. Again, 20-3 for Morton over Hobart. KV is up 14-0 as Kirk Kennedy's going for his 200th win over the Highland Trojans. That's 200 overall, not just over Highland. You're with me, yeah. Still waiting on a score update for the Munster Mustangs at Lowell Red Devils. We'll be tracking that one throughout the course of the evening as well. And it has been all Westside Cougars. They're up 24-0 after one as they travel and take on the Bishop Knoll Warriors. Griffith Panthers are up 7-0 in the first quarter over the Calumet Warriors, and it is all rolling for the Boone Grove Wolves. They are up 28-0. 1, 2, 3, 4 touchdown passes for Roland. Guys, I think he might be your player of the week. The Chuck DeMoss Player of the Week. They decide on it next week, but I think I might decide on it now. Anyway, River Forest gets on the board. Adam Silver goes around the end for 56 yards to the house to tie up. All knotted up at 8 against the South Central Satellites. Still waiting as well on updates from Wheeler at Whiting, Hammond Central at EC Central, Bowman at Tri-County, and Rensselaer Central at Northwestern. Back to the studio.
All right, thanks, Tom Maloney. That Boone Grove Player of the Week very well could be in the cards here. So with 4 touchdowns already on the day, that's pretty impressive so far. But we're going to get to business at hand. We have an update from our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week. We've got Kevin Driscoll with an update at Hanover at Andrean. Kevin, what's going on?
Well, let's get you set up here. 8:25 to go, second quarter. A fast-moving game. Hanover facing a 4th and inches, leading 6-3 here at Father Eckert. And Matt Kuntz is going to get the first down, barring any flags. And Hanover Central is on their 3rd drive of this game. So it's been just sort of a grinded-out, good old-fashioned Northwest Indiana ball game. I'm sure that kind of exactly what Andrea wants in this game. Hanover has been able, or not been able to, find success with the big play. That's been kind of a staple of this Hanover Central offense. So the Niner defense doing a good job of keeping plays in front of them. Niners got on the board, 8-play, 51-yard drive, took 1:48. They were kept out of the end zone on a 3rd and 2 play at the Hanover Central 6. Nathan Conlon breaks through and sacks quarterback Ballantyne, and that brings on a P.J. Kusick 30-yard field goal. That's where we stand here, 6:3, 7:55 to go, second quarter.
So, Kevin, question for you, and our phone lines are full, so we're going to have to let you go here pretty quick, but is the natural grass field and the wetness on the turf, is that causing some of these offensive struggles early?
I went down to the field early just to kind of get a feel for it myself, and it plays short. It looks like it's a short surface, okay. So they cut that one pretty short. So I don't think that's really playing too much of a factor. What's really playing a factor is the Andrean 59er defense. They've been solid between the tackles tonight.
How long was that field goal?
30-yard field goal for P.J. Kusick.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Kevin. One more time, what was that time and score update, please?
7:33 to go. Hanover 6, Andrean 3. Hanover has the ball at the 27-yard line of the 59ers.
All right, thank you much, Kevin. Appreciate the update. Looking forward to hearing more from you. That was Kevin Driscoll with an update from our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, Hanover at Andrean. We're going to go from Andrean to Highland with an update from Gary Graben with the Kankakee Valley at Highland game. Gary, what's going on?
Highland strikes back here finally after 2 pass interference penalties on the drive by KV. Blake Vanek, 16-yard touchdown run, beautiful little fake left, go right on a read option. Extra point was blocked, I believe, by Wayne Zander. It is 14-6 KV over Highland, 7:31 to go. I will say on the ensuing drive here, KV got it to midfield, but then fumbled the ball back to Highland.
Ooh.
So Highland has the ball 3rd and 7 on the 48. So they have come alive offensively, and thanks to a KV turnover, been able to stay in this game.
So Highland defensively really hasn't stopped KV. They stopped themselves?
A little bit, yeah. There's something, again, in the scouting here. KV, most of their plays are going to the left side of center. And there's something they're trying to exploit there. And they've had some success. This time, though, with the fumble was the first stoppage. KV has not punted yet tonight.
All right. Gary, where do you see this game going forward? It appears that Highland has woken up a little bit, and does KV have what it takes to counter back?
Well, I think, again, we saw last week that Blake Vanek can come alive at any time with the run. He has really strapped this team to his back. We'll see what happens. They're facing a fourth down here near midfield. We'll see what they do here with this now. But, again, if they can stay within a score here at the half, I think Highland's going to feel pretty good about this.
All right. Thank you very much, Gary. One more time, what is that score and time update, please?
It is 14-6 KV over Highland with 7-12 to go here in the first half.
All right. Thank you much, Gary. Sounds like you got a fun one there. We'll looking forward to hearing more from you.
All right. You got it.
All right, thank you much. That was Gary Graben with an update from Kankakee Valley at Highland. We're going to go from Highland to another H city in Hobart. We've got another update from Jason Hill with Morton at Hobart. Jason, what's going on?
It is 26-10, Morton leading Hobart. Right at the beginning of the second quarter here, Hobart was able to finally find the end zone. Willie Shearer finally broke loose on the outside and ran 34 yards for a touchdown. That cut it to from 20-3 to 20-10. Morton was still leading. Then Hobart's defense came up, forced Morton to punt, and 2 plays in, Johnny Sorensen thought he had broke loose from some pressure. Rolling out to his right was a little loose with the football, and Freddie Brown closed the gap quick, forcing a fumble, and it was scooped up by Jermaine Johnson for the Governors at about the 27-yard line, and he scored a defensive touchdown. Quick little scoop and score there for the Governors to extend the lead back to double digits here, and it is 26-10, Morton leading Hobart with about 9 minutes to go in the second quarter.
Big play by the Morton defense. Who got the scoop and score, Jason?
It was Freddie Brown who forced the fumble, and then it was Jermaine Johnson who scooped it up and scored it for the Governors.
Yeah, how many yard run?
It was about at the 25, 27-yard line. It was a long one. He almost got tracked down right at the pylon. It was an exciting play here for the Governor defense.
So, Jason, is what's going on with Hobart? Hobart is normally a little more stout than this. Is this more of a Morton's all over him, or is Hobart just struggling here?
A little bit of both. I mean, the speed of this Morton defense, they're flying to the ball. They're all over. I don't know. I would guess that that's messing with that offensive line a little bit because they've been struggling, like I said earlier, to get a clean exchange. You know, Johnny Sorensen's had to roll out of the pocket a few times here, feeling some pressure, and he was a little loose with that ball. I think they're just not clicking, not having trouble moving the ball. Sorensen found his receivers, T.J. Caldwell and Aiden Leonard, multiple times. They've had decent starting field position because each time Morton has scored, they're actually kicking the ball by laying it on the side and just letting it dribble down the field. So, Hobart's had 35-yard line starting field position. So just mishaps here on this with this Hobart offense. Uncharacteristic, but something they're going to have to battle through here as we head to halftime. All
right. Very interesting, Jason. Sounds like you've got a lot of explosive plays there. One more time, what is your score and time update, please?
There's 8 minutes and 39 seconds left in the second quarter. Morton leads Hobart 26-10.
All right, thank you much. We appreciate it, Jason. We're going to go ahead and we went from Highland to Hobart. We're going to go back to Highland with Gary Graben with another update at Kankakee Valley at Highland. Gary, what's going on?
I left you a moment ago with a fourth down decision. They decided to punt, and there's a reason why Lane Zander is nationally ranked as a punt returner. An electrifying run for a touchdown. You're going to have to check online on the exact distance on that one. Extra point good. It is 21-6.
Wow.
Now Highland has followed up with a good kick return toward midfield. So things opening up here a little bit with the special teams, but KV up now by 2 scores.
You've got the fireworks, Gary. So we're going to have Joe take a look and try to find how long that kick was.
I'm not following. If there's somebody there live tweeting, I'm not following them because I have not seen anybody live tweeting that game.
So
I'll get it. I will get it. When I call you guys, I have to leave the press box here.
Sure.
So I'm out of the press box now. But when I get, I'm down a level too. So when I get back in there, we'll find out how far it was. But again, he is quite the weapon. They've been putting two people back, hoping that Highland would kick to somebody, and they still found the ball getting it to Xander. And again, I would think you might want to even kick it out of bounds rather than kick to him.
Cut your losses at that point, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, Gary, what does Highland need to do in order to come back here and make it more of a game by halftime?
Well, there's 6.5 minutes left here in the first half, and a nice one of those time-consuming, mostly ground game Blake Vanek drives is probably what the doctor has ordered here. Katie's a little tough to do that against. We'll have to see if they can, but ideally for Highland to get a score, cut it back to one score as they go to the half.
All right, thank you, Gary. We appreciate the updates. One more time, what was the score and time?
Again, 21-6, the Katy Cougars over the Highland Trojans with just under 6 minutes to play in the first half.
All right, thank you much, Gary. We appreciate your update. So there's been so much excitement here to start off in our first hour of actual football action. Right now with Morton all over Hobart. That game is just wild to me. I was not expecting it to be that lopsided this early.
Well, you know, we talked about maybe Hanover having a little letdown this week. Yeah. Maybe Hobart is also having a little letdown this week. You know, and Morton has just continued to play well. Right. Remember that Morton is 5A, and they're on a collision course possibly to play Maryville,
right? Yeah.
In the sectionals. Right. So that would be an interesting a matchup. And then Andrean's defense has finally appeared, I think, here in week 8 as they just stopped Hanover inside the 15.
There you go.
Kuntz overthrew the receiver on 4th down, so Andrean has stopped them. They're deep in their territory, but they haven't allowed the big play yet against Hanover, still just trailing 6-3.
Putting up some resistance there, and that's what Andrean needs to do.
You know, getting back to this Morton and Hobart game, it's almost like maybe, and I'm just kind of guessing here, that Hobart might have taken Morton a little lightly.
Could be.
Because, you know, we have not seen this type of game from Morton for a long time.
Right. So we'll never know. We're not in the psyche of these 14, 15, and 16, 17, 18-year-old kids. But you never know what this could be. But, you know, very, very interesting. Hobart has the firepower to come back, so we'll see if we get a shot. All right, before we take our break, we do have an update from Ryan Sosnowski from our Beef of the Week, Maryville at Lake Central. Ryan, how beefy is it?
Hey, Ryan Sosnowski here. Maryville leads Lake Central 17-3 with 28.5 seconds left in the first half here. The field goal by Giovanni Martinez is good, about 20 yards out. So, like I said, Maryville is leading Lake Central 17-3 for your Beef of the Week.
Right. I saw that Chase Kwiatkowski was banged up. Has he come back in the game?
Maryville's had a pretty long drive.
Okay.
And
so we haven't seen who's come out.
I don't have a good angle from that yet, but
okay.
It looks like he is. I do not see his jersey yet.
Okay.
Currently out there in the field as well.
Well, after that first drive, Maryville's defense has kind of put the stop to Lake Central's offense.
Well, I did. You know, you're completely right. Maryville's defense is really good this year. If you look at their, you know, I guess their track record this season, I am not sure of any team besides Crown Points who has scored more than 30 points on them this year.
Right.
So that is definitely key as you start to follow Maryville here into the sectional. I heard you talking about, you know, the potential matchup versus Morton and Maryville. And that would be the key thing. You know, on offense, you both have many similarities, right? You have the quarterback prefers to run but can throw a little bit. You know, you have some pretty good receivers. But that key would definitely come down the defense, and I could vouch here that the Maryville defense is very good.
All right, thank you, Ryan. One more time. What was that score and time update, please?
At halftime, Maryville leads Lake Central 17-3.
All right, thank you, Ryan. That was an update from the Beef of the Week, Maryville at Lake Central. Well, all right, folks, we have reached about the halfway point of our show, and some of these games are getting into the second quarter. I'm going to need to catch my breath. This is Game Night, presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future.
You're listening to Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM, WLPR FM Lowell. Your home for local news, traffic, weather, sports, and more. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org.
And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update. Defense! Defense! That's the name of the game right now in the Sacred Dunes game of the week. The Andrean 59ers forcing a turnover on downs on their own 11-yard line to hold off the driving Hanover Central Wildcats. 6-3 still Hanover leads, but Andrean hanging tough with the Wildcats tonight. The Wildcats undefeated on the season. In our beef of the week, the Maryville Pirates up 17-3. Giovanni Martinez field goal from 28 yards out was good to give them the lead over Lake Central. And the Crown Point Bulldogs, well, surprisingly enough, they are struggling tonight in Chesterton. Odin Edlin with the interception on the tipped pass for Chesterton to end a Crown Point drive. The Bulldogs still lead 7-0 over Chesterton. In Portage, the Valpo Vikings taking on the Indians. The Vikings still up 6-0 with a 2-yard run earlier in the evening. The PAT was no good. Michigan City up 14-0. Jaden Hart scored from 2 yards out, and Tyler Bush connected with Zaire McKinney for a 28-yard touchdown earlier in the night. It's Michigan City up 14-0 over LaPorte. The Morton Governors all over the Hobart Brickies tonight. If you had this one in your bingo card, well, you're better than me. Morton up 26-10. They also scored a 25-yard touchdown fumble recovery for a touchdown, so it has been all Governors tonight over the Brickies. Meanwhile, Kankakee Valley, I don't want to jinx it, but it's looking pretty good for Kirk Kennedy going for his 200th win. KV up 21-6 at Highland. Munster and Lowell, we've been talking about it for the last several weeks. Eventually, the wheels would start to click for the Lowell Red Devils. It appears they have done so this week. It is all RDP, 35-14 at home against the Munster Mustangs. And yes, folks, it is officially Lowell football season. Westside is up 42-0 over Bishop Knoll. Marcel Dixon with a 65-yard interception return for the Cougars. Deontay Lilly adding in the 2-point conversion. Griffith up 7-0 over the Calumet Warriors in the second quarter of that game. Boone Grove All right, let's spend some time here. 49-0 over Lake Station. Noonan with a pick six. It's his third touchdown of the night. He has 2 receiving touchdowns. Meanwhile, Roland has 5 passing touchdowns for the night for the Wolves. It is getting absolutely silly in Wheeler because the game's not getting played at Boone Grove. I digress. River Forest is up 14-8. As Adam Silver connects with Short for a 43-yard touchdown score there. River Forest up over South Central 14-8. Still waiting on a score update from Wheeler at Whiting. And it's Hammond Central up 14-0 over the East Chicago Central Cardinals. And we're still waiting on a score update as well from Bowman at Tri-County, and as well as Rensselaer Central traveling to Northwestern. We'll go ahead and get out of the scoreboard update. We've got a stacked phone line waiting to go ahead and get the latest updates as to what's happening across Northwest Indiana. I'm Tom Maloney in for Steve Schmidt.
I grabbed a pen and I wrote the first love letter that I ever wrote in my life, and I just poured my guts out on the page. I told her that I've never loved anybody like I loved her, and I put this letter in an envelope and I mailed it to her, and I just waited.
Join us for more true stories told live. Next time, all stories about letters. That's on the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at noon and Sunday afternoon at 1. Here on Lakeshore Public Media.
Hi, I'm Terry.
And I'm Joe. We host the People's Pharmacy heard live Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio 89.1 FM.
We talk with you about everything from home remedies to breakthrough drugs. Hear from leading experts about drugs, herbs, home remedies, and other health topics.
Join us on the People's Pharmacy Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio 89.1 FM.
You can set out to conquer the enemy, lay traps, put up hidden security cameras, all that. But sometimes the enemy lurks closer than you imagine. On the next Snap Judgment, Head Games. Snap Judgment, storytelling with the B. Do not miss it.
Tune in Saturday morning at 11 and Sunday afternoon at noon here on Lakeshore Public Media.
The new Black Panther sequel, Wakanda Forever, is dominating at the global box office.
Without the Black Panther, Wakanda will fall.
Join us next time on To the Best of Our Knowledge for a literary take on Black superheroes, African myths, and the politics of African futurism.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 3 here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org.
I am a girl.
Joan Baez has been a legend in music since she was a teenager, but offstage she struggled.
After so many years of anxiety, panic attacks, etc., I thought, there's something in there I need to get to.
Joan Baez, I Am a Noise, a new documentary, Saturday on Weekend Edition from NPR News.
Tune in Saturday morning at 7 for Weekend Edition Saturday, here on Lakeshore Public Media.
I'm Andrea Ambam. This week on Our Body Politic, Prairie Rose Seminole on the crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous women and how Native families are pushing for change.
There is hope because we've taken it into our own hands. We've collected ourselves as community to do our searches, to really put pressure on law enforcement.
That's on Our Body Politic, a show about creating a world we want to live in.
Tune in Saturday morning at 9 and Sunday morning at 10 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
People across the U.S. are ditching traditional grass lawns, replacing them with wildflower patches, rock gardens, or other sustainable alternatives.
We transform the front lawn, the backyard, and the side lawn into growing spaces.
Grass lawns have long been an iconic symbol of American homes. Why that's changing and what it means for the environment. On All Things Considered from NPR News.
Tune in at 4 o'clock for Weekend All Things Considered here on Lakeshore Public Media. Now, back to the action here on Game Night.
All right, Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff and Joe Arredondo. We have an update here from Ryan Wells from the Crown Point and Chesterton game. Ryan, what's going on?
Well, it's halftime here in Chesterton, and Crown Point still leads 7-0. It's been a really slow game for Crown Point's offense here. To end interception thrown by Noah Ehrlich, and it was picked off by Owen Edlin on Chesterton's side. And really, Crown Point's been having some trouble, not necessarily getting the ball moving because they're getting it moving, but a lot of penalties have been setting them back from, holding to a lot of delay of games and a lot of timeouts used to try to prevent delay of games. It's just a really, kind of interesting game for Crown Point's offense that we haven't really seen. But their defense is doing fantastic, and Chesterton has not had a single first down in the half.
Wow. Not a single first down in the half. Wow.
Yeah.
Does it appear that Chesterton's doing anything defensively to confuse Crown Point on offense, or is it mostly self-inflicted things?
I believe it's self-inflicted. I mean, I see the players all looking at the coaches like, what's happening? A lot of running back and forth. I don't know exactly what's happening, but they'll definitely try to fix it for the next half.
Yeah, it is pretty interesting here. Is Crown Point's defense just that stifling, or is Chesterton's offense just that rough right now?
I think it's a mix of both. I mean, we all know Crown Point's defense. I mean, we have a big physical defense with the Clark brothers and Kalk, and we've had a forced fumble in this game by Drew Kroll on the quarterback McCormick. So, they are just that good. But on the offensive side, Chesterton needs to get something going, right? Whether it's in the passing game or on the ground. Really just nothing.
You start to wonder if maybe Valpo did something that other teams saw that is giving Crown Point some problems. Now, the thing we know they did was pressure the quarterback. Has Chesterton been blitzing at all to try to pressure the quarterback?
Some, but a lot of times on those blitzes, just been runs that end up getting stuffed due to the blitz.
Okay.
So we haven't really seen Ehrlich, do too much. And when he has, he's looked a little shaky. I mean, we mentioned that interception, which wasn't his fault. It was a tip. That wasn't his only almost interception. I mean, he's thrown some risky balls in double coverage, and they really need to get this figured out.
Does the Allison, the running back for Crown Point, have any yardage?
Yes, he has. He often gets 4-yard gain followed by. So it's going kind of back and forth here. I don't know if it's the cold affecting the players or what, but Crown Point definitely is looking to score some more points.
All right, thank you much, Ryan. One more time was your score and time update, please.
It is halftime, and Crown Point leads 7-0.
All right, thank you much, Ryan. We appreciate the update. We're going to go from Crown Point to Hobart with an update from Jason Hill with Morton at Hobart. Jason, what's going on?
We have a game here at the Brickyard. Hobart scoring now 3 times here in the second quarter.
Wow.
We sit right now with 2 minutes to go. Morton still hanging on to a lead. It is 26-24. Morton hanging on to a 2-point lead. Heavy dose of Willie Shear for the Brickies on their second score there to cut it to 26-17. It was about an 18-yard run by Willie Shear. Then Hobart's defense forced Morton on a punt, and on that punt, it actually ended up going 9 yards backwards after it got caught in a little gust of wind.
Wow.
Hit the ground and started to roll backwards. That set Hobart up right at about the 38-yard line of the Governors, and then a couple good runs by Willie Shear to get it inside the 15-yard line, and then Johnny Sorensen threw it up to Aiden Leonard. Big receiver went over the top of the shorter Governor defender in the end zone to get it to a 2-point deficit with about 1:30 to go. Again, quick score. Morton leading Hobart 26-24, 1:40 to go in the first half.
All right, thank you much, Jason. We appreciate the update. All right, that was Jason Hill with an update from Morton at Hobart. And we're going to go from Hobart to our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, an update from Kevin Driscoll with Hanover at Andrean. Kevin, what's going on?
Andrean has won 3 consecutive Northwest Crossroads Conference titles, at least a share of the last 3. They won a 4th, and they are battling tonight. They have made it tough on Hanover Central, but at the half, Hanover Central is clinging to a 12-3 lead, and the Wildcats are doing it in a very anti-Wildcat way. The 59er defense has bent, but not quite broken for most of tonight, making them earn it, making the Wildcats go on slow, methodical drives down the field. They have done that twice, 2 touchdown scoring drives, and that's not quite the way Hanover's used to winning, but I'm sure Brian Parker will tell you they're content to do that. Again, we're at the half, 12-3, 2 PAT kicks blocked. Will that loom large? We'll see.
Kevin, that was a huge score for Hanover right before the half. They'd been stopped on a 4th down on the previous drive, but that was huge for them to get 6 points there right before halftime.
Well, and I say this is the bizarro Hobart Morton game tonight. It's been about field position and slow, methodical offensive drives on both sides. Wildcats got good starting field position on their last drive of the first half and mostly rode the legs of Caden Barrett. They were facing 4th and 1 at the 4-yard line. Chris Skinner called a timeout. I think there was about I want to say maybe 17 seconds left on the clock. I don't remember. But nonetheless, Matt Kuntz rides behind his offensive line and finds the end zone for a 4-yard touchdown run. Again, PAT blocked. It was a 7-play, 48-yard drive that took 2:25. I think the key stat here tonight, guys, Hanover winning time of possession, 15:35 to 8. That's almost 2 to 1. Wow. And that's, again, not the way Hanover is used to winning football games. They have 15 first downs to Andrean's 5 tonight, winning in total yards 208, 266. Again, it's just very outside of the way the Wildcats have been used to play, and that's mostly because of the 59er defense preventing the big play tonight.
So, Kevin, what does Andrean's offense need to do to kind of get this ball going in their direction?
Well, we talked in the pregame that we couldn't quite solve the riddle. Why is Andrean so pass heavy? And I've watched half of Andrean football now, and I don't know. This is an offense that seems about 3 to 1 pass to run, and that's what we have seen tonight. Total yards 66 for Andrean. 14 of them have been on the ground. The biggest play and got the biggest crowd cheer of the night. Valentine hooks up with Cole Jenkins for a 39-yard pass completion that set them up inside the red zone, but they were unable to convert. That drive stalled. So again, this is just I think they're just riding Scott Valentine's arm. They I don't know whether it's an offensive line issue, but they clearly prefer the pass game.
It's interesting. Obviously they play a 5A, 6A, 4A, 3A schedule, so maybe they'll look to run the ball, when they get into the postseason. But
yeah, so there you go, Joe. I guess Skinner's playing a really long con, right? He's going to go through a 9-game regular season and make sure that those 2A schools don't get anything on tape, right? I love it. And you know what? They exist here at 59-59 to win state championships. So, it's not the craziest theory in the world, Joe.
Well, all right, Kevin. What do you see as a key going forward for this game?
I think Andrean has got to find a big play here and there. They've got to find some weaknesses in this Hanover Central defense. So far, Hanover Central has kept the ball in front of them. Only one scoring drive tonight, and Hanover Central came up with a big sack inside the 6-yard line. Andrean was 3rd and 2 at the 6. Hanover came up with a big play, forcing the field goal try. I think Andrean has just got to find some kind of traction. And if it comes on the arm of Scott Valentine, so be it. If they get some traction outside, yards are not there in the middle. For Hanover Central, I think it's just now that you've got a little bit of a lead, it's a bend but don't break sort of approach. This is probably the toughest defense that Hanover Central has seen, and it's certainly been unique to watch Brian Parker take this chip away at the rock approach. That's something we have not seen yet.
Kevin, it just kind of looks like, or as we're listening to this, that maybe Coach Parker has seen something in the defensive line of Andrean where he's keeping the ball on the ground. Maybe he wants to Maybe he feels that he can, his line can out-pressure the Andrean one, but he seems to be satisfied with just running the ball.
Yeah, and he really trusts his defense, too. One of the things we've talked about throughout my reports all season is that Hanover Central, I think the best approach they have is that Brian Parker knows that he's the offensive guy and trusts 100% completely his defensive play calling to A.J. Grizenko and his defensive staff. It's almost like two head coaches, quite frankly. And A.J. Grizenko really knows how to make adjustments in game. Certainly. You also got to tip your cap to both defensive backs on either side of this game tonight. They have really defended the pass and made it hard for either side to get much in the way of big plays tonight.
All right, thank you, Kevin. One more time, what is that halftime score?
We're at halftime here at Father Eckert Stadium. It is Hanover Central 12 and Andrean 3.
All right, thank you much. That is Kevin Driscoll with an update from our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week. Kevin, thank you very much. Talk to you in the third quarter. All right, we'll go from Andrean to Highland with an update from Gary Graben with Kankakee Valley at Highland. Gary, what's going on?
Another great punt return set KV up here before the end of the first half. Marco Castro, 5-yard touchdown run, extra point good, and this game has blown out to a 35-6 KV lead.
So they punted to him again?
They did. And let me give you some numbers here. First of all, again, we've talked KV only punted on one drive. Gabe Kistler has 3 receptions for 51 yards. But if we get to Lane Zander, just on kick returns, he has 122 yards. He has 76 yards in receiving yards, and he has about 30 yards rushing the ball. So my basic math from high school would tell you that he already has over 200 yards accumulated here in the first half.
My goodness.
And that's not counting even Marco Castro's yards. It has been really domination here. For Highland, I don't have this statistic, but I don't believe they've completed a pass. Blake Vanek has 80 yards rushing, but they have not been able to do anything with the pass, and KV has really been able to do everything. You know, last year, this game was, it was either 21-0 or 28-0 Highland at the half last year. So in a 52-week span, it's now a 29-point lead for Kankakee Valley.
Wow. Well, all right, Gary, it seems like there's been a lot of action there. What is the key for Highland in the second half?
I think here, again, they're not a really great passing team.
Right.
They just need to put together some kind of sustained drive because we are getting awfully close to the running clock.
Sure.
So I think, again, we'll see what Highland can do, but this was the proverbial smash in the mouth here in this first half.
All right, thank you much, Gary. One more time, what is your score and time update, please?
Again, 35-6 KV over Highland, and we have reached the half.
All right, thank you much, Gary. We appreciate the updates, and we'll talk to you more as the third quarter rolls around.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. That was Gary Graben with an update from Kankakee Valley at Highland. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday Night Lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. For nearly 15 years, you've relied on Lakeshore Public Media to be your trustworthy news source, to cover our region's stories, and to report on what matters. But as a nonprofit public broadcaster, your donation today helps ensure we can continue to serve you and the rest of Northwest Indiana with stories that inform and inspire for the next 15 years. Please visit lakeshorepublicmedia.org/give and donate today.
For decades, teachers looked up to them.
She was like a rock star walking into that building.
If Beyonce came and gave a private concert in my district, it would not have been a bigger deal for many of my teachers.
But the reading gurus had it wrong.
What I'm haunted by is when it wasn't working, I blamed it on children.
On the next Reveal.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 2 and Sunday morning at 9 here on Lakeshore Public Media. And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Scoreboard Update. I'm Tom Maloney in for Steve Schmidt. This is your scoreboard update. The Sacred Dunes game of the week. Hanover up 12-3. Matt Kuntz gets his second rushing touchdown of the night. This time from 4 yards out, coming off of a 4th and 1 from the 4-yard line. 2 point-after attempts, though, have been blocked tonight by Andrean, so the 59ers giving themselves a little bit of life on the special teams side of things. They also hit a 30-yard field goal by P.J. Cusick to put them on the board. The beef of the week, Maryville at Lake Central. It is 17-3 Maryville. Giovanni Martinez, his 28-yard field goal was good to give the Pirates that 17-3 lead. A lot of field goals tonight despite the heavy rain from yesterday and even rain and wind earlier today. So no problems there for high school kickers across the region. A surprise in Chesterton. Crown Point up 7-0 at the half, though the Trojans went without a first down in the first half of play. The Bulldogs will look to try to extend that lead, but the once mighty Crown Point Bulldogs seeing maybe a possibility, a glimmer of an upset. We'll find out in the second half. In Portage, the Valpo Vikings up 6-0. That score from earlier this evening, I believe it's now 13-0 Valpo here at halftime. So I'll update that sheet again. 13-0 Valpo at the half. At the half, as well as Michigan City up 21-0 over the LaPorte Slicers. Jack Dottie went wide from 36 yards out for the Slicers as time expired to try to get them on the field. But again, that field goal going wide left. Morton at Hobart, and it was all Morton, 7-0. 20-3, 26-10. All of a sudden, the Hobart Brickies coming back into it. Right now, Morton leads 26-24 going into the half. A negative 9-yard punt gave the Brickies great field position, and Hobart was able to capitalize with a touchdown drive to bring it within 2 after they looked like they were on death's door. Kankakee Valley Cougars at the half. It is 35-6 over the Highland Trojans. It is all KV and it is all Kirk Kennedy as the Cougars look to get number 200 in the books for Coach Kennedy. Munster at Lowell. It is finally Lowell football season, and it feels that way as well. RDP up 42-21 over the Mustangs in Lowell. And there's a running clock in the second half of this one. The West Side Cougars up 42-0 over the Bishop Knoll Warriors. It has been all West Side all night. Scores from basically every time West Side touches the football on the other side of the field here. A 65-yard interception return, a 68-yard touchdown pass, a 77-yard touchdown. Yeah, it's been pretty bonkers for West Side tonight. Griffith at Calumet, 7-0 Griffith at the half. And another running clock going into the second half of this one is Boone Grove up 49-0 over the Lake Station Fighting Eagles. Not much fight there. Roland, 5 touchdown passes tonight. Noonan, 2 on the receiving end and a pick 6. Boys, I think you can flip a coin for the player of the week in this one. I think it's coming from Boone Grove. River Forest up 15-8. Adam Silver too short with a 43-yard touchdown reception. River Forest then gets up 15-8 over South Central. Still waiting on a score update from Wheeler at Whiting. Haven't gotten one yet. If you do have something for us, though, give us a tweet at Game Night Tweets on Twitter. We'll go ahead and give you a shout-out as well on the air. Hammond Central up 14-0 over East Chicago Central. And Bowman traveling to Tri-County. The kickoff was at 6 o'clock tonight. Still don't have a score update there. And waiting on a score update as well from Rensselaer Central at Northwestern. We'll go ahead and throw it back to the guys on the other side here for Game Night. I'm Tom Maloney.
All right, thank you, Tom. This is Ben Kolodzinski here with Wayne Svetanoff and Joe Arredondo. And before we get to our calls here, I just think it's unfair that Rensselaer has to play a Big Ten team in Northwestern. And, more than likely would defeat them anyways. So we'll go from there. Sorry, I heard a laugh from off mic here, so at least someone enjoys my terrible joke. So anyways, we're going to go here and get an update from Jason Hill with Morton at Hobart. That has been the exciting game of the night. Jason, what's going on?
Exciting indeed. We are at halftime here, and man, what a quarter for the Brickies. That second quarter featured 4 touchdowns for the Brickies, and they have the lead at half, 31-26.
Wow.
All first quarter, it was all Morton. Morton got on the board early. The couple big runs from Dontel Harris. He had a 50-yard run and a 38-yard run and an 8-yard run. He had 3 quick touchdowns from the Morton Governors in that first quarter, and they jumped out to a 20-3 lead. Then the second quarter, first play of the second quarter, Hobart scored to cut the lead just to 10. But then Morton had a scoop and score on the defensive side to extend their lead back to 16. And then in that second quarter, it was just offense for the Brickies really started to click. It was a steady dose of Willie Shear. There was a great pass at the end of the quarter, very well managed by the Brickies at the end of the quarter. Great use of their timeouts and the clock. Johnny Thornton rolled out, was in trouble, and found Aiden Leonard down the field on about an 18-yard pass down at the 1, and the Brickies just handed it to Willie Shear to punch it in, take the lead with about 20 seconds to go in that second quarter. So action-packed first half, a tale of 2 totally different quarters, and who knows what to expect in this third.
You're going to need to hydrate after all of the action you've seen here.
Jason, how many touchdowns does Shear have?
That's 3 for Shear on the ground, and 1 for Aiden Leonard. He caught a pass from Johnny Sorensen there. And then 1 field goal by Xander Langford for the Brickies. Really, really impressive with Willie Shear here. Just kind of getting chunks of yards, 4 or 5 at a time, extending plays. He picked up a big 4th down. It was a big, long 2. 4th and 2, he was able to pick it up for the Brickies to extend the drive. That ended in points, but that second quarter was Willie Shear.
Jason, Hobart was struggling on offense early on, and was there something that you could see that just turned the game around for their offense?
They just cleaned it up. They cleaned up that snap. That first quarter, they were really struggling. Johnny was reaching above his head, to his right, to his left. He wasn't just getting a clean snap, and everything's been out of the shotgun for the Hobart offense. So that extra second you're giving those linebackers to creep up on those runs, and you're getting just another foot of penetration by that defensive line was just kind of disruptive there for that Hobart offense. But they figured it out in the second quarter, and the Hobart defense really took control of that line of scrimmage on their side of the ball, not letting Dontel Harris break outside. The ends were doing a really good job containing and keeping everything towards the middle where they had help to tackle, and that set up a couple of punts for Morton in the second quarter there, and kicking not so hot tonight for the Governors. 2 punts. Then in the second quarter, 1 went backwards. They were on the 49-yard line and got caught a little bit in the wind, but it was just a poor punt. Ended up rolling backwards about 9 yards, and then another punt in the second quarter there. Just dribbled for about 10 yards. Hobart has had great field position all night long, but finally able to take advantage of it there in the second quarter.
All right, thank you, Jason. One more time, what is that halftime score?
It is halftime here in Hobart. Hobart takes the lead 31-26 over Morton.
All right, thank you much. That is Jason Hill with an update from Morton and Hobart. We're going to go from Hobart to St. John, Indiana, and talk to Ryan Sosnowski with an update from Maryville at Lake Central, our beef of the week. Ryan, what's going on?
All right, with 6 minutes and 31 seconds left in the third quarter, Maryville leads Lake Central 24-3.
Wow.
After rushing the ball upfield, quarterback Dante Pope has gets a little keeper there, and for the touchdown, and the extra point was good, and that was at about the 7-minute 40-second mark. And then for Lake Central, backup quarterback Cameron Reddick, Kwiatkowski did not come back after that hard tackle, which led to a fumble. So sophomore Cam Reddick is in the field, and he's doing an excellent job of moving the ball upfield. Just had a 30-yard pass. Now they're at on the Lake Central 16, looking to score here with first and 10.
So, Ryan, what does Lake Central need to do to come back here?
Lake Central definitely needs to contain the run a little bit better and put some points on the board. You know, the rushing game is not working too well. I think they're relying on it pretty heavily. Like I said, Reddick seemed a little more open to pass than Kwiatkowski, surprisingly, so far. You know, in the short 2-minute possession he's had, he has aired it out a little bit more. So I would say that would probably be a key. But what do I know? I thought we wouldn't get to 30 points, and Lake Central said 24. So who knows?
Well, that's why we play the game, Ryan, right? You know, you can't just go out there and predict. If it was all made on predictions, you never know what would actually happen. So,
well, I was just trying to make a bold prediction for our listeners, bold takes, a hot take, let's say.
A hot take for some hot beef of the week.
Yes, which you still have up in that hospitality room. Lake Central does a great job in the media.
Well, Maryville seems to have gotten the offense on track. They struggled for a couple weeks at Crown Point game. After that, didn't play well offensively against Michigan City, but they have found it again in the last couple weeks.
Yeah, it's just all rush, I would be curious to see, and I did not see Maryville play previously in the year, but I would be curious to see how Maryville would fare up against a good defensive line, that kind of specializes in stopping the run, because I have not seen them airing it out and doing much passing. So that could be something to look at, as we progress along here in the season and eventually in the postseason.
Has Trey Stevens done anything for Maryville in the backfield?
Pretty quiet game. On the offensive end, hasn't been getting many touches. So it's mainly been Jaquarius, and Trey's been getting minimal touches, and on the defensive end, did not hear too much.
Well, all right, Ryan. One more time, what is the score and time update, please?
Maryville leads 24-3 at the Wayne Svetanoff game here at Lake Central High School with 4 minutes and 2 seconds going to serve.
All right, thank you, Randy. The Wayne Svetanoff Bowl, which is also known as the Beef of the Week this week. So thank you, Ryan. We appreciate it.
No problem.
Yeah, there's that game was tight early, but it's starting to loosen up here as the game goes on. But that's part of Maryville having the horses and kind of grinding Lake Central out, and Lake Central not having their best player out for another week with an injury is a really big deal.
And then losing their quarterback.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
that's right.
That's
the hits keep coming for the Lake Central Indians, and that's not a good situation.
You got guys that don't get a lot of snaps in practice out there now, and that's difficult. They've played with their second team running back, but now with a new quarterback in the game and without their Division I running back, it's very tough.
It's very tough. So they're going to have to regroup and catch their breath, and I think we're going to go ahead and do the same thing here and regroup and catch our breath. Take a quick break here on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday Night Lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future.
From Muddy Waters to Toronzo Cannon and Buddy Guy to Wayne Baker Brooks, the blues lives on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, every Friday night, beginning at 10 p.m. following game night. Cruise the Blues with Mr. Jack. Visit all of your friends of the blues and wrap up with Blues Before Sunrise. Friday night is Blues Night here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org or on your smart speaker. And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update. To quote one of my favorite movies, Rounders, a lot of action, though it doesn't feel that way as the Hanover Central Wildcats lead the Andrean 59ers 12-3 in the third quarter of this game. Matt Kuntz gets his second rushing touchdown of the night, this time from 4 yards out. The 59ers, though, 2 blocked point-after attempts to keep themselves alive in this ball game. That is the Sacred Dunes game of the week, Hanover over Andrean 12-3. In the beef of the week, Maryville is up 24-3. Dante Pope with a 12-yard touchdown run, his second of the evening. The big surprise, upset brewing, ding, 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 maybe. All of a sudden, the Chesterton Trojans are alive. Brady McCormick to Cameron Chadwick for 15 yards for the touchdown. It is 7-7. Crown Point at Chesterton, that in the third quarter. That's right, 7-7. Crown Point and Chesterton in the third quarter. The Trojans hanging with the juggernaut Bulldogs. That matters now because the Valpo Vikings 4-1 in the conference. Their only in-conference loss to Crown Point. They currently sit in second place. If the Trojans can pull off a victory, all of a sudden the Valpo Vikings are looking at a share of the Duneland Championship. They are up 21-0 over Portage. Elsewhere in the Duneland, Michigan City is up 21-0 over the LaPorte Slicers. And Hobart and Morton, a game that we kind of just assumed would be all Brickies. Well, it's Brickies now, 31-26, but they had to overcome a 20-3 deficit at the hands of Morton. Willie Shear with 3 touchdowns tonight for Hobart. Meanwhile, Morton's Dontel Harris also with 3 touchdown scores as well. It is a shootout at the Bricky Bowl. Kankakee Valley, well, they are cruising against Highland. They're up 35-6. Kirk Kennedy searching for his 200th career coaching victory. And it is Lowell football season. The Lowell Red Devils up 42-21 over the Munster Mustangs at home. It is a running clock in Bishop Knoll tonight as the West Side Cougars up 42-0 over Bishop Knoll. Griffith is up 15-6 over the Calumet Warriors. They were up 7-0, but Calumet managed to block a punt and recover on their own 3-yard line. Derek Santiago had a QB keeper in for the touchdown. The 2-point conversion was no good, but that got Calumet on the board. Griffith immediately answered. Again, the Panthers up 15-6. It has been all Boone Grove tonight over Lake Station, up 49-0. Rowan with 5 touchdown passes for the Wolves. We're not surprised. River Forest is up 15-8 over South Central. Still waiting on a score update from Wheeler at Whiting. And the last update we had as well in the second quarter was Hammond Central at East Chicago Central. It was the Wolves up 14-0. And still waiting on a score update from Bowman at Tri-County. We did finally get a score update here from Rensselaer Central. They are up 35-21 over the Northwestern Tigers. Diego Hernandez has 4 touchdowns this evening with the Bombers. And we'll go ahead and throw back to the studio to Wayne and Joe and Mr. Ben Kolodzinski. Those phone lines are packed, guys.
All right, thank you, Tom. This is Ben Kolodzinski with Wayne Svetanoff and Joe Arredondo. We have a full slate of phone calls here. We're going to go to Ryan Welsh first with an update from Crown Point at Chesterton. Ryan, what's going on?
Yeah, well, early in the third quarter, a fumble from QB Noah Ehrlich gave Chesterton great field position and a couple first downs, and a 16-yard touchdown pass from McCormick to Cameron Chadwick tied this game.
Wow. So we're at 7-7 right now?
Yes.
Ryan, Crown Point's got the ball back then?
Yes, Crown Point's currently driving and succeeding on a lot of quick passes, because I know you mentioned earlier whether or not Chesterton was sending the blitz, and I could assure you in this second half they are, and it looks like Crown Point to try to combat that is a lot of quick.
All right, Ryan. I think we lost you there. We're going to have to move on from Ryan, so we appreciate that. That is a tied game. Crown Point 7, Chesterton 7, sometime in the third quarter. We've got, we're going to go from Chesterton to Ryan Sosnowski with an update from Maryville at Lake Central. Our Beef of the Week. Ryan, what's going on? Ryan, are you there? I guess we're going to have to let Ryan go. We're going to have to go from Ryan Sosnowski to Kevin Driscoll with an update from Hanover at Andrean. Kevin, what's going on?
This is Ryan Sosnowski here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. It appears like our phone lines have gotten crossed yet again today. Ryan, what's going on with your Beef of the Week at Maryville at Lake Central?
All I could say is keepers. We got another keeper. I know Joe loves my singing on the air.
Oh, it's great.
So I had to quote that legendary song. We had another keeper by the young man, number 2, Cameron Reddick, the sophomore, the backup. At about the 5-minute mark, gets the keeper, and the extra point is blocked, so Maryville leads Lake Central 24-9, and then Lake Central onside kicked it and recovered.
Oh, wow.
But ended up turning it over on downs to Maryville.
Well, Lake Central was struggling on offense, and you like to see the sophomore come in, and they had a really nice drive and went down there and got some points out of it. This is going to be some great experience with Kwiatkowski injured.
I agree. And this young man is not afraid to air it out. I mean, the passes are wide open downfield. Lake Central receivers are just about maybe the execute. You know what I mean? With being the backup, the execution is a little bit off. Maybe about a foot long or a foot off to the side or so. But the passes are definitely there. In the general area. And as he warms up, I'll be curious to see if he executes a little bit more. As the game progresses. But he is not afraid to air it out. And there are definitely some plays open downfield.
All right, thank you much, Ryan. One more time, what is that score and time update, please?
Maryville leads Lake Central on senior night on Coach Good's birthday, 24-9, with 1:14 to go in the third.
Maryville leads 24-9.
All right, thank you much. That's Ryan Sosnowski with our Beef of the Week, Maryville at Lake Central. We're going to go to our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week. Kevin Driscoll with Hanover at Andrean update. Kevin, what's going on?
5:24 to go, third quarter. Hanover Central leads 12-3. They are driving. They have the ball inside Andrean's red zone. Ball now at the 10-yard line. Andrean's first drive of the second half. Scott Ballantyne converted a 3rd and long with his legs, a 17-yard run. Then found wide receiver Cole Jenkins for a 21-yard pass. Got the ball inside Hanover's red zone. But on a 4th and 2 at the 13, a pass broken up by Rocco Bartolomeo. That drive stalls. Hanover Central takes over at its own 13-yard line. Midway through a drive that has taken them down all the way inside the Andrean red zone. On 2nd and 6, Caden Verrett tackled for a 2-yard gain and came up limping. He has exited this game.
Oh, no.
That could be a potential storyline for the Wildcats. Freshman Isaiah Bikema now at tailback for the Wildcats, who are 3rd and 10 at their 10-yard line. Kuntz looks to the end zone, and he has just found the end zone complete on a 10-yard touchdown pass to Henry Maurer. Hanover Central just scores. So there you go. Touchdown Wildcats. Wildcats take an 18-3 lead. Let's see what they do. Do they send out the kicking unit? They do. They send out Emmy Doty. This will be her 3rd PAT try of the night. The first 2 overwhelmingly blocked by an Andrean defense that has swarmed the Hanover kick team. So let's see what happens here.
Yeah, absolutely, Kevin. And, you know, these extra points, they're going to add up here, right? But you figure it is also the easiest way to get
And it is good.
Okay, good.
Lest you speculate,
right.
Emmy Doty says, shut up.
Yeah, and I don't blame
I'm
her.
going to kick this one.
Yeah, that's why
5:18 to go.
I appreciate it, Kevin. What does Andrea need to do to get back in this game?
10 plays, 88 yards. And, I mentioned this at halftime. Hanover is doing this in a very un-Hanover-like manner. 10 plays, 88 yards. And that was time-consuming, nearly 3 minutes. So just getting it done with ball control, but certainly the loss of Caden Verrett is going to play into any comeback efforts that Andrean has. It looks like Hanover Central has gone to more of an Andrean-style offense, about 3-1 pass.
Right.
Kevin, how many touchdowns does Coons have?
Goes with 2 rushing touchdowns from 2 yards out, from 4 yards out, and now has a 10-yard touchdown pass to Henry Maurer.
Kevin, Andrean was able to move the ball, but Hanover did their own bend but don't break on that last drive.
That has been the story of this game on both sides. That's right.
Well, all right, Kevin. Seems like you're going to have a tight one. What's
the score and time on that now?
Yeah, what's the score and time?
Hanover leads 19-3, 5:18 to go third quarter. The question remains, can Andrean find some big plays now trailing by at least 2 scores?
All right, thank you, Kevin. We appreciate the update. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this game ticks on.
You got it.
All right, we're going to go from Kevin Driscoll from our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week of Hanover and Andrean to Ryan Welsh with Crown Point at Chesterton. Ryan, what's going on?
Well, right after Chesterton's score, Crown Point quickly took the lead and now leads 14-7 off a 29-yard rush by Larry Ellison.
Well, the Bulldogs got back in the lead very quickly. They just motored down the field and put it in the end zone quickly, huh?
Yeah, very quickly. I mean, they could tell they were upset by giving up that touchdown. And I know Noah Ehrlich was a little upset with his fumble, so they wanted to score quickly, and they did.
So is Crown Point now going to flex on their defense here and bring some pressure, or do you think Chesterton has what it takes to kind of keep pace?
Well, Chesterton just had the ball, and they were rolling with large part to the passing game, and Crown Point was able to hold them off to a 4th down, and now they're punting. But they seem to be, laying off a little bit and playing some tight coverage. Although Chesterton was getting some nice passes off.
Ryan, I saw on Twitter a group of Crown Point students with a lot of winter wear on in the stands. Are you a part of that group, or are you up in the press box?
Oh, I am on the field and I am freezing.
All right, Ryan, you need to have a little toughening up to do here. This is DAC football, so I think you can handle it.
Try to sneak one of those.
Maybe I'll bring an extra sweatshirt.
No, hey, no ponchos, huh? No winter ponchos on the sideline there yet.
Right. All right, Ryan, one more time. What is that score and time update, please?
Crown Point leads Chesterton 14-7 with 2:57 left in the third quarter.
All right, thank you much, Ryan. That is Ryan Welch with an update from Crown Point at Chesterton. Crown Point just taking a touchdown lead. We're going to go from one Ryan to the next. We've got Ryan Sosnowski with an update from our Beef of the Week, Maryville at Lake Central. Ryan, what's going on?
Jeepers. Hold on. Sorry, Joe. We'll save the singing for Wayne. To sing the school fight song. We got to keep that tradition going at the end of the calls. He could pick Maryville or Lake Central. But nonetheless, another keeper for Dante Pope, his third of the game, which Maryville now has a 31-9 lead with 11 minutes and 55 seconds to go in the game. So pretty big night for him.
Ryan, I know you're there tonight because some of your students from Maryville were waiting for you to go to one of their games. You want to give any shout-outs tonight to any of your students that you were there to see?
Actually, I would love to, because today I caught a bunch of flack because I was joking around about not going to a game. Young man Rashawn McGee, Mr. Football at Maryville's in my class. Another one, Taylor Brown. Javion Gills, or Javi, who's deep back to receive most of the time. Jalen Ramsey, the quarterback.
Yeah. He's
and I could go on and on, Joe.
Jalen Ramsey's the guy that blocks everything, right? He's blocking the field goals, the extra
tall
points.
and lanky.
Yeah. All right, well, make sure you tell him you gave him a shout-out. So.
Trust me, I will.
Sounds good to me.
But, Dante Pope, though, definitely. This Lake Central's just definitely having a hard time stopping the Maryville run. And like I said, it's just, that's just how it goes sometimes.
How many touchdowns does Pope have? Does he have 3?
This is his third.
Third one. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Ryan, one more time. What is that score and time update, please?
With 11 minutes and 35 seconds and counting to go in the game, Maryville Pirates lead 31-9 at the Wayne Svetanoff Bowl.
All right. Thank you, Ryan. We appreciate the update. We're going to go from Lake Central over to Hobart with an update from Jason Hill with Morton at Hobart. Jason, what's going on?
Well, we have a third quarter score, 9.5 minutes to go in the third. It is 38-32, Bricky's leading the Governors. Both teams scoring on the first possession of the second half. Hobart scoring first as they started the second half with possession. It was Willie Shearer with about an 11-yard touchdown run to extend that Hobart lead that they had at halftime. But then Morton, on their first possession of the second half, takes it all the way down the field. And it was a 31-yard pass from Holland Harris to LeBron Hill with a failed 2-point conversion. Again, as I mentioned earlier, Morton having just troubles in the kicking game, electing to go for 2 on that one. It was no good, and here we are, 9.5 to go in the third quarter. It is Hobart 38, Morton 32.
So, Jason, what are you expecting here for the rest of the game?
A shootout. We're gonna see here. Hobart was able to kind of storm back, take the lead there right at the end of the second half, and it was very emotionless here on the Morton sideline. Where I am currently, but a good start to this half. It was kind of slow, letting the Hobart score early, but I expect Morton to pick up some energy here. They're down, but they're definitely not out. They've shown that they can score the ball and they can do it quickly. So the energy's back up here, and I'm really expecting these teams to continue to be aggressive offensively.
Jason, this Dante Harris, Dontel Harris, he has 4 touchdowns tonight for Morton, doesn't he?
He has 3.
3.
He does have 4. He does have 4 touchdowns tonight. And that fifth one there was LeBron Hill. He does have more tonight.
Has Hobart had trouble with Harris as far as him either running or passing the ball?
Not too much after that first quarter. On that drive there was a nice completion for the touchdown to LeBron Hill, but that was the first time that Morton's shown that they can actually throw the ball a little bit. They had one pass intercepted in the first half, but then nothing much through the air. Hobart's line up front on the defensive side of the ball has really been able to contain both Harris, the quarterback, and Harris, the running back, and forcing them to stay in the pocket and either take a loss or a sack. So that line up front for the Brickies is really kind of holding the Speedsters in check for the Governors.
All right, Jason, one more time was your scoring time update, please.
There's 9 minutes to go here in the third quarter. It is 38-32, Hobart leading Morton.
All right, thank you much. That was Jason Hill with an update from Morton at Hobart. And man, if these players are half as exhausted as we are reporting on all these players, they're going to need a nice long nap and some energy drinks here towards the end of the night. But we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive, holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday Night Lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org.
You're listening to Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, WLPR FM, Lowell. Your home for local news, traffic, weather, sports, and more. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org. And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update. Well, the game of the night, the Sacred Dunes game of the week, Hanover Central at Andrean. It's been all Hanover, 19-3. The Wildcats scoring off of a 10-play, 88-yard drive with a 10-yard touchdown pass from Kuntz to Maurer. Though 19-3 feels bigger than probably what the game has been throughout the course of the evening. It has been an absolute slugfest until late when Hanover's been able to pull away. The Andrean 59ers defense holding down tight, but it looks like the Wildcats are beginning to, again, pull away with that one. They're up 19-3 over Andrean in the second half. Maryville's up 24-9 over the Lake Central Indians in the beef of the week. Dante Pope has 2 touchdowns for the Pirates tonight. The Bulldogs finally take the lead back against the Chesterton Trojans. Larry Ellison hammers in a 29-yard touchdown run late in the third quarter to give the Bulldogs a 14-7 lead over Chesterton. The Valpo Vikings, meanwhile, hoping the Trojans can pull off the upset at home against the Bulldogs. The Valpo Vikings up 28-6 at the end of the third quarter over the Portage Indians. If Crown Point were to fall tonight, the Vikings would come away with a possible share of the Duneland Conference Championship, depending on how things obviously go next week. Elsewhere in the Duneland, Michigan City, the last update we had was 28-0 at the start of the fourth quarter over the LaPorte Slicers there. And we just heard from Jason Hill, Morton, and Hobart. It has been back and forth all night. Hobart has been able to take and hold the lead now for a little bit of time. They're up 38-32. Both teams scored on their first possessions of the second half, and Dontel Harris now has 4 touchdowns on the evening for Morton. Last update we have as well from Kankakee Valley at Highland was in the third quarter. It was Kankakee Valley up 35-6 over the Highland Trojans. Kirk Kennedy going for his 200th win. Munster at Lowell. It was all Lowell at the half. 42-21 is the last score update we have there. Again, the Lowell Red Devils. Well, I take that back. We've got another update. It's 56-21 now in the third quarter. That's 56-21. Lowell over Munster. At Bishop Knoll, which is not actually at Bishop Knoll, as I was told, because they're undergoing some field renovations there. It is all West Side, up 60-0 over Knoll tonight. Calumet is leading late in the third quarter, 18-15 over Griffith. Corey Ferguson scores a touchdown, but the two-point conversion, no good. That's 3 two-point conversions attempted by the Calumet Warriors tonight that have been no good, leaving 6 points off the board there against Griffith. Meanwhile, Lake Station against Boone Grove, it has been all Boone Grove. It's 63-0 Wolves in the fourth quarter there. River Forest taking on South Central. Adam Silver, stop me if you've heard this one before. The 60-yard touchdown run giving River Forest a 21-8 lead over South Central. Still waiting on a score update from Wheeler at Whiting there. Last update we had as well from Hammond Central at East Chicago Central. Excuse me. All Hammond 37-0 at the half. And we don't have an update either from Bowman at Tri-County. That was a 6 o'clock kickoff. We assume that one has gone final. Though our first final of the evening, Rensselaer Central defeating Northwestern 42-27. The Bombers move to 4-4 on the season. Diego Hernandez with 4 touchdowns for the Bombers. The Tigers fall to 3-5. And courtesy of the guy that I'm filling in for, Steve Schmidt, he dropped me a line. They'll face off against each other again next week because the conference uses seeds to determine not only the conference championship game, but the final regular season game as well. So it'll be Rensselaer Central versus Northwestern again next week. But again, this evening, that game final 42-27. We'll go ahead and get back into the studio now with Ben, Wayne, and Joe.
All right, thank you, Tom. This is Ben Kolodzinski here with Wayne Svetanoff and Joe Arredondo. We have full phone lines right now. We've got Kevin Driscoll with an update from our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, Hanover at Andrean. Kevin, what's going on? I guess we lost Kevin here again. All right, well, then we will move on to Gary Graben with an update from Kankakee Valley at Highland. Gary, what's going on? Hi, who do we have on the phone here?
Hey, this is Ryan. I'm at the Chesterton game.
Hey, Ryan, how's it going, my man? What's going on with Crown Point at Chesterton?
Well, it's the fourth quarter, really close game. Crown Point leads 14-7, but they are driving here in the red zone currently. It's currently 2nd and goal.
All right.
You're saying Crown Point is driving into Chesterton territory in red zone.
Correct, and largely due to the rushing game. I mean, not many passes on this drive. Larry Ellison is rolling.
All right. So, where do you see this game going here for the rest of this game?
Well, with 7:30 left in this game, I feel like if Crown Point scores here, it would be huge. And they just did on a 4-yard rush to Larry Ellison, so that will extend their lead 20-7. Pending the extra point. But I feel like this lead, especially this late in the game, and the way their defense has been playing, obviously in the first quarter, first half being shut out, and then gave up a little bit in third quarter, but they seem to be back on here in the fourth. So if their defense sticks it out, I can definitely see Crown Point winning this game.
You know, Chesterton has their quarterback, McCormick, is in, right? And Garrett Lewis. Has Garrett Lewis done anything for Chesterton?
Yeah, Garrett Lewis, he's gotten several targets, right? And I want to just mention McCormick and how well he's done. You know, coming in to a game like this against Crown Point's, you know, big defense, it's a big thing. And in the first half, he was a little slow, but he really picked it up in the second half. Some nice quick completions and a couple nice drives. So I just want to give some credit where credit is due for Chesterton, especially with Crown Point, you know, holding in.
All right, thank you, Ryan. One more time, what is that score and time update, please?
Crown Point leads 21-7 with 7:32 left in this game.
All right, thank you much. That is Ryan Welsh with Crown Point at Chesterton. We're having a little bit of an issue here with our phone lines. What we're going to go ahead and do is take whomever is on line 2. Who do we have on line 2 right now?
Elvis Presley.
Elvis Presley. Wow, what a world we live in. So, Gary Graben, how's it going with Kankakee Valley at Highland?
Well, I will tell you that we have gone to the running clock. There was a 30-yard touchdown run by Marco Castro, and then right before you started pushing all the buttons on the receiver there, Lane Zander again on a pass reception. Very impressive night for him. It is 49-6
wow.
KV. Highland just had a big run back into KV territory, but this game is running clock with 10:20 to go, and it is complete domination here for the Cougars.
Gary Zander, has he scored more than one touchdown tonight?
Yes, he scored about 4.
4? Wow.
Wow.
I'm going back in my notes. I'm out of the cushy press box. I'm on the field. He had, I think that's his 4th touchdown of the night.
Okay.
So he is having the night. We may see if we can get him to join Coach here for the interview because this is quite a night. He's the senior, too. A lot of juniors in this group, but he is the one senior.
You might have to track him down with that phone. I don't know. He's probably a little too quick for you. I don't know.
I can catch him. him.
Gary Graben is known for his closing speed, so that's one
correct.
thing that he's good for.
If he were only holding a donut, I would catch him. But no, this really has been a very impressive performance by the Cougars, and I will tell you, you know, their main guys, other than Zander, their guys are not seniors. So, you know, I don't know that this is a team you want to see on the other side of you on this Sunday's draw. And I certainly think next year this team is going to be a beast of a team to deal with.
All righty. Well, thank you very much, Gary.
No, you got that wrong. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Presley. We appreciate the update. Give us a call back as this one winds down.
Actually, I will tell you, Highland just scored to make the score 49-12.
Okay.
And again, the clock is running. We're at 8:40.
All right. Thank you much, Gary. We appreciate your update.
You got it.
All right, thank you much. We'll go from Gary Graben back to Kevin Driscoll with our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, Hanover at Andrean. Kevin, what's going on?
Well, the story in the second half has been Andrean's inability to complete drives. 2 offensive possessions, both stalled in Hanover Central territory. Hanover Central took over on their last possession and facing a 3rd and 26. Matt Kuntz, after back-to-back sacks on the part of Andrean, facing a 3rd and 26, found his cousin Wally Kuntz for a gain of 27 on the pass play, converts unexpectedly, and then just a few plays later hooks up with his cousin. That was his cousin. Hooks up with Henry Maurer in his second touchdown catch for 27 yards. Hanover scores again at PAT good, and now with 10:53 to go, fourth quarter, Hanover Central has a 26-3 lead on the 59ers, although the Niners just picked up a nice gain, and they are now in Hanover Central territory at the Hanover Central 38, but trailing 26-3. And
my goodness.
Now against them.
Obviously, the question is, Kevin, has Caden Verrett returned at all?
As you asked that question, Joe, very quick answer, yes. Caden Verrett did return to the ball game on that last possession. I probably buried the lead there. But Andrean just hooks up with how many yards in that pass? So it was at least a 36 yard? Valentine just throws a 37-yard touchdown pass to Logan Urbaniak. That's their first touchdown of the game at the 10:30 mark, fourth quarter here. And it is now 26-9, PAT pending.
First touchdown in a couple weeks. They were shut out last week.
Right.
That's big. We've seen Travis Davis get injured, and he might be out for the year. So we don't want any more injuries here before the postseason, obviously.
It does appear that Andrean is going to go for a 2-point conversion. So, again, fourth quarter, 10:30 to go. Hanover Central 26, Andrean 9, 2-point conversion pending.
All right, how about a little play-by-play here, Kevin?
Valentine rolls right, throws into the end zone, and it is going to be complete but out of bounds. So 2-point conversion failed. It is 26-9 now with 10:30 to go in the fourth quarter. Just to recap, a Hanover Central victory means a 6-0 conference record in their first trip through the Northwest Crossroads Conference. They would win the title outright. Andrean, with a win tonight, would still be eligible for a share at the title. They would have to beat Lowell next week. Hobart, of course, is playing non-conference game tonight against Morton. I think that game is 79-74 when last I checked in. Wow. But next week they are back to NCC play with a chance to also have a tie. Again, but Andrean will have to do the come-from-behind win if they're going to do that. Right now they trail 26-9 here at Father Edward Stadium.
All right. Thank you very much, Kevin. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this game winds down.
Keep up the good work, guys.
Thank you, sir. You too. This is Kevin Driscoll with an update from our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, Hanover at Andrean. We're going to move from Andrean to Hobart with Jason Hill with an update from Morton at Hobart. Jason, what's going on?
A third quarter score update. It is 45-32.
Wow.
It is now 51-32. Hobart takes control of this one here, and it has been the Willie Shear show. It is 5 touchdowns on the night for him.
Wow.
He's having a fantastic night. A heavy dose of Willie Shear for the Hobart Brickies on each of their first couple of drives here in the third quarter. Last touchdown was scored there by Willie Shear, set up by a beautiful pass from Sorensen to Aiden Leonard right inside the 5. Down short of the goal, and then Willie Shear punched it in there. Another beautiful pass by Sorensen to TJ Caldwell. He got a touchdown earlier in the quarter, and it has just been all offense here for the Brickies. And Morton did score on their first possession of the quarter, but really nothing since. And as I said before, kind of that sideline was coming back alive. It is back to dead silent. They're able to move the ball a little bit, but this Hobart defense has really kind of clamped down and done a good job containing both edges and keeping everything in front of them, not letting any speed or any run get to the outside quick and have to chase anything. The Hobart defense has done a pretty good job, like I said, keeping everything in front. And we are, with 4 minutes to go in the third quarter, it is 51-32. Hobart leading Morton.
All right. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate the updates. All right.
I just want to say, if Hobart and KV play again in the sectional, I might have to go see that game.
Yeah, it'd be a fun one. It would be a fun one.
I might have to take a few days off and rest before.
Right. Yeah, that's a lot of excitement going on here. So
I think we need that rematch.
I agree. All right, real quick here before we get to our break, we're going to get to Ryan Sosnowski with an update from our Beef of the Week. We've got Maryville at Lake Central. Ryan, what's going on?
Excuse me, a little bit of heartburn here from all this beef today. We have a huge pass from Pope to Amir Martin for Maryville. And then the former Sosnowski scholar, Javion Gills, gets the rushing touchdown. Extra point is good for a Maryville lead 38-9 over Lake Central.
All righty. Thank you, Ryan. What do you see as the key here right now? What does Lake Central need to do to kind of save face?
Stop stop Maryville and hopefully score here real quick in the last 2 minutes of the game. But the more important thing is, I heard Joe say he might need to take a couple days off.
Yeah.
He should really just take a cup of Joe and, get his energy up.
Yeah, that'll work too.
Beef and Joe. We've got a whole bunch of food puns going on.
Disgusting. Beef and Joe.
Well, let's not get into those details here right now. So we're going to go ahead and let you go one more time, Ryan. What is that score and time update, please?
Maryville leads 38-9 with a minute and 30 seconds to go. I'll call back at the end of the game.
All right, thank you much, Ryan. That is Ryan Sosnowski with an update from our Beef of the Week. Maryville has that game pretty well in hand. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday Night Lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future.
The new Black Panther sequel, Wakanda Forever, is dominating at the global box office.
Without the Black Panther, Wakanda will fall.
Join us next time on To the Best of Our Knowledge for a literary take on black superheroes, African myths, and the politics of African futurism.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 3 here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org. Now, back to the action here on Game Night.
All right, Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff and Joe Arredondo. Folks, we have maybe a bit of history afoot here. We have a running clock in our Kankakee Valley versus Highland game, and this is a pretty exciting day for Coach Kirk Kennedy.
I think so. 200 victories, state championship at Lowell. He left the area, went to Bloomington into Franklin County, and did not have Kirk Kennedy type success in Bloomington or at Franklin County. But now it appears that he has KV turned around and rolling in a direction with all those underclassmen that are taking charge of that program, where they're not only going to be a very tough out this year, but there might be a handful next year.
Oh, they're going to be a handful for a while.
Yeah.
Look at how well coached they are. He's leading a young team, and he's flexing his muscles, and he's reaching a 200-win milestone. There's not very many coaches in the state of Indiana that have reached that threshold. So you really have to give him credit here.
And you got to give credit to Lane Zander, too.
Of course.
He has been just outstanding, and Coach has used him in the right ways. And I'm amazed at what he's been doing lately.
With a lot of these explosive plays that he's been showing, there's kick returns in there. There's, passing the ball from Kankakee Valley. That's something we had never heard of until Kennedy got there. So it's definitely a very, very interesting circumstance that we have here for Coach Kennedy. Now let's talk about this game today. This game was, was expected to be pretty close.
Yes.
Highland's been doing pretty good, but then all of a sudden, Kankakee Valley has found lightning in a bottle. Whatever it is, they're really moving the ball. They're scoring at will, and they're really looking good so far.
Well, I think that Gary had said that Xander had like 200 total yards by the first half. He had 122 just on kickoff returns and stuff. That's amazing.
So it's very difficult to have over 100 yards on kick returns because that means you're doing an excellent job in that circumstance.
And so are the blockers.
Right.
But, I mean, you got to give this young man some credit here. I was just amazed. I know last week he had 2 touchdowns, but one was on offense, one was on defense.
Right.
So, I mean, he's very versatile in both sides of the ball.
And special teams.
Yeah, and
Right.
special teams. There you go.
That is a 3-tool player right there. So Joe, what are you thinking about Kankakee Valley right now?
I'd be interested to hear what Coach is going to say about what the turning point was this year. Because they went over to Hanover and they didn't play that well or compete with them, and I'm sure that they were very disappointed. But since that time, like I said, the win over Culver, Culver military beat North Judson, so we know they have a decent team. But since that time, it's been a different KV, it feels like. Their offense got on track against Hobart. They've been continuing to score points. We talked to Casey last week. He was very impressed from what he saw of KV in their big win over Lowell. So I'm going to be interested to hear what Coach says about the progress they've made this year.
So we are keeping the phone lines open here. We've got Coach Kirk Kennedy, who is joining us here in a little bit. He's not quite here with us yet. He's speaking with his team right now. Wayne, after a tremendous victory like this, a milestone for a coaching career, what is going through his mind right now?
Well, the turn has started. He's brought this play. He struggled a little bit last year when he first came in, and I think is this his 3rd year or something there?
I believe it's his 3rd year there.
3rd year. And now all of a sudden, I think the kids buy in. The kids, want to play for him, and he's a tough individual. And I think they're showing that toughness now as they make this turn and improve their record.
I had the opportunity to interview Coach Kennedy about 10 years ago or so when he was with Lowell, the year they won the state title, and you could tell that he was passionate, that he is intelligent, and that he really knows how to motivate these kids. He is a leader of men,
yes.
And I really am thrilled and proud for Northwest Indiana that we have another coach that has reached this milestone. Anytime you have a coach in Northwest Indiana that is, a state championship winner, that you're in a really good spot here.
Yeah, I agree. And, that just bodes well for the program. And he has so many young players, and they now have started to mature as the season comes on. The sectional, depending on who they draw, is going to be a big test because that momentum is behind KV right now.
We have Coach Kennedy ready to come on air.
All right, thank you much. Congratulations, Coach Kirk Kennedy, the Kankakee Valley coach. Congratulations on your 200th career victory.
Hang on just a second. Oh. He's got a few congratulations. We're also going to have Wayne on, too, after Coach. He's taking a couple pictures with Coach Stewart here. And then he's going to come to you very soon.
Yeah, Brad Stewart's been along for a lot of those wins.
Right, that's true. So thank you, Gary. Gary's he's our liaison here to Coach Kennedy.
All right. I have the rare time that I can shake hands with a 200-game winner. I'm going to turn him over to you with one question. Coach, how does it feel?
Well, I'll tell you what, it feels awesome. It's just, a reflection of a long career with a lot of people. I've had the privilege to coach with a lot of great coaches and privilege to coach a lot of great kids. And, just a matter of staying around a long time in this business and having my name next to the wins. But, the real credit goes to everybody I've coached with and every kid I've coached. And it's just, football's a group effort. And, I've just been blessed to have a lot of great, administrators and just great people and company in my career, and it's very humbling, to tell you the truth.
Hey, Coach, this is Ben Kolodzinski here. Congratulations on your 200th career victory. I've been following your career and had an opportunity to interview you back when you were at Lowell, winning state championships, and now you are turning this Kankakee Valley program around. What does it mean to you to be in this position and being one of the premier coaches in Northwest Indiana?
Well, it's just vindication for all the hard work these kids put in, and just knowing that our way of doing things still works in this fancy world we live in now of instant gratification. And it's just good to see, because we know how hard these kids work, and we put together a nice little run here, but it's 3 games, and we need to keep that in perspective that we got a lot of work to do left. But kids are working. We're starting to believe. We're getting that attitude. We're getting that confidence. And we've got some good players and some good young men, and who knows where they're going to take this. But I like what we're doing so far.
Coach, it's Joe Arredondo. What's been the turning point this year? I know from what our reporters are telling us, you've started to throw the ball a little more here later in the season. Obviously, the special teams have been a huge factor. But was there a turning point for you guys this season to get this momentum and this confidence going?
I think really a turning point, the Culver Academy game, where I think that we beat a quality opponent and just started to believe in our system, believe in the plan, believe in our abilities to play this great game. And we talked about all year, why not us? We worked hard, and success for the most part has gone to some other people, other teams, and it's like, why not us? We've got the kids, we've got the manpower. We were just kind of maybe missing the belief, and we're starting to get that. So, credit goes to these kids for what they've endured and what they've been through. And tell you what, it personally for me, it's good to see the smiles on their face and just them getting something back for all their hard work.
Coach, this is Wayne Svetanoff, and the thing I'm really impressed with is the fact that your kids, as we have talked about, are young, and there'll be a lot of people coming back, and now is the time before sectional that this is the time that those young men now have matured, and I think that's part of it, that their acceptance in your program and acceptance that they feel that they can win games is so darn important at the end of the season.
Well, you're exactly right. And, our way of doing things isn't for everybody. Like I said it before, especially in today's world. But, these kids are buying in. They're starting to believe. And, we're gaining momentum at the right time. And, we got to finish out the regular season strong next week with a good Munster team at home. And it'll be senior night, a night to pay tribute to some of these great football players and great young men. But, it's important that we keep this trajectory, keep things going, keep gaining momentum, and just keep building confidence.
All right, Coach, congratulations on your 200th career victory. I think Joe has one more question for you.
I think we're going to hear from Lane, I think.
Oh,
let's not hang up on him.
All right, yeah, so we have a player as well, Coach?
Yes, got Lane Zander standing next to me.
Excellent. Thank you. Congratulations on your 200th victory, Coach.
All right, thank you very much. And here's Lane.
All right, thank you. Lane, this is Ben Kolodzinski with Lakeshore Public Media. Congratulations on a hard-fought victory. I heard you had a pretty big game today.
Yes, sir. I went 4 catches for 174 yards and 4 total touchdowns.
Coach,
how many touchdowns?
4.
Wow.
Lane, we asked Coach the same question. Was there a turning point where this confidence, this belief started to come in this year? Because you guys have seemed to take it to another level here the last few weeks.
Yes, sir. We just realized that we're a capable team after that Holbrook game. It was a tough loss, but we really showed that we can play with one of the best teams in our conference and around the area. And that just gave us the confidence to start going on a run and believing and not letting the other team's name on their jersey beat us. And just come together as brothers and just build a brotherhood.
You know, Lane, we had you as one of our players of the week last week, and you had 2 touchdowns, 1 offensive, 1 defensive, and I was so impressed with that. And then I was reminded that probably one of the best parts of your performances is in the special teams. And I thought that our correspondent there, Gary Graben, said you had almost 120-some yards in special teams play. That is amazing in the first half.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, I had that, and then one of my touchdowns was a punt return touchdown. So I do my best on a kicking team. Coach me puts me back there. He believes in me, and I just do my best.
Well, it shows that your effort here and your hard work is paying off. You are one of the premier kick returners, not only in the state, but this yardage is garnering some national acclaim. You're really a dynamic player here in Northwest Indiana. What does it mean for you to kind of break out here and help your team?
It just means the world to me. I've been playing with these guys for a couple of years now, and they're just brothers to me. I haven't known them for a long time, but I'm just happy I can do my best and make the team around me better, make these guys better, bring them up, and just be a valuable asset to this team, along with all my other teammates, because they're all valuable.
All right, thank you much. Congratulations on a strong victory today. Congratulations, Lane, and good luck in the following weeks.
All right, thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you much. That was Lane Zander, one of the premier players in Northwest Indiana here. Great stuff from Kirk Kennedy. Great stuff from Zander there. These players and these coaches are what Northwest Indiana football is all about.
Confidence is a dangerous thing.
Sure is.
You heard Coach Kennedy talk about not changing how he coaches, not changing how they relate to the kids. So there's times have changed, and so that's not the most popular way to go about things anymore in high school sports. Holding people accountable, toughness, that's old school. Kirk Kennedy is old school. He was a punter at Louisville. He actually played for Howard Schnellenberger.
Right, yeah.
So that it's just awesome to hear him talk.
Yes, it is. Well, all right. From one of a now legendary coach here in Northwest Indiana, we're going to go ahead and get back to some of the action on the field. We've got Ryan Sosnowski with an update from Maryville at Lake Central. Our beef of the week, Ryan, what's going on?
Hey, we have a final here in St. John, Indiana. The Maryville Pirates beat the Lake Central Indians on senior night, 38-9.
38-9. So was this more of Lake Central struggling, or Maryville just taking the game over?
I think the Maryville defense speaks for itself. 9 points in a game against a varsity team is very impressive. And I think Lake Central just had a hard time as well responding to the Maryville run. You have 3 touchdowns by Dante Pope, 1 by Javion Gills, and then another one by Jaquarius Johnson. But like I said, that's all of them were on the on the run. There was no passing touchdowns for Maryville. Pretty one-dimensional, but like I said, it's tried and true, and it worked.
Right.
So
it seems like Maryville's got their mojo, their confidence back from where it was the first 2 weeks of the season, and they're going to need it going into the postseason if here in Class 5A.
I agree. Maryville knows what they can do, and they do it well, and it's been successful. For the last few years, and I'm positive Maryville's going to carry that into the sectional. Depending on who they draw with Munster, Morton, or Hammond Central, either way, those teams are going to have to prepare for a tough defense and for Maryville to run the ball.
All right, Ryan, one more time. What was that final for your game, our beef of the week?
For your beef of the week, the Maryville Pirates beat the Lake Central Indians 38-9. Wayne, sing the fight song. Cricket.
You don't want to hear my voice do that.
I blame Joe for this.
All right.
No, I'm kidding.
All right, thank you, Ryan. We appreciate the update.
We're loyal to you, Maryville, huh?
Oh, gosh. All right. Look what you've started, Ryan. So thank you for the update, Ryan. Great job tonight. We'll talk to you next week. All right, we'll go from Ryan Sosnowski to Ryan Welsh with an update from Crown Point at Chesterton. Ryan, what's going on?
here at Chesterton, Crown Point remains undefeated with a 21-7 victory against Chesterton.
So, Ryan, how did this game unfold? How did Crown Point win this one?
Well, the first half was very slow for Crown Point, but their defense was able to carry them through the first half. I mean, Chesterton, I think maybe had one first down in the first half, maybe not even one. And so their defense carried through the first, and then their offense coming out in the fourth quarter definitely secured this game for them. But I think moving forward, they're going to have to address some, mistakes in this game, because this game should not have maybe been this close. I mean, I saw several miscommunication issues and et cetera, and I think this could be great learning opportunity.
Well, yeah, Coach Bazia is definitely and his staff are definitely going to have some things to go over this week in practice as they get ready to host Michigan City. Obviously, all eyes will be on the draw coming up on Sunday, but there'll be a lot of things to coach up after they watch the film tomorrow.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's already getting at him, yelling at him, But, yeah, I mean, moving forward, especially in the postseason, some of these mistakes are just unacceptable, especially when they face some of these Indianapolis teams at a higher caliber, So Crown Point will really have to, tighten things up if they want to go far in the playoffs.
All right, thank you, Ryan. One more time, what was that score final?
Crown Point wins 21-7 against Chesterton.
All right. Thank you, Ryan. We appreciate it. That was an update from Crown Point in Chesterton. We have Jason Hill. Real quick, our phone lines are full. We got Jason Hill with an update from Morton at Hobart. Jason, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Just wanted to catch you one last time. We are in the fourth quarter, but we still have plenty of time left here. We have about 9 minutes to go.
Wow.
I know we're closing in on the 10 o'clock hour.
Don't be bailing on us over there.
No, I'm out here. And, man, it has been an offensive explosion. We've had 90 points scored in this one.
Wow.
It is 58-32. Hobart leads Morton. And after that big first quarter by the Governors, they have just really kind of stalled out offensively, being outscored in the second, third, and now fourth quarter, 48-12.
Well, we talked on the On the Field segment. We had the over. So we're winners tonight.
100% on the over.
Yeah.
Just a poor third quarter for the Governors. Fumble by Freddie Brown and an interception thrown by Holland Harris. Just really didn't get anything going in that third quarter for the Governors, and another touchdown pass to T.J. Caldwell from Johnny Sorensen extended the lead out here to 26 now for the Hobart Brickies. So here we are with about 8 minutes to go. It is 58-32. Hobart leading Morton.
Has Willie Shear scored again, or?
No, he's now out of the game. They put Max Pickett in, and Shear's been out the last two possessions. He has 4 on the night. So I think Coach Osuka said that's plenty. We have Caldwell has 2 touchdowns for the Brickies receiving, and Aiden Leonard has 1 touchdown, but 2 very big catches when this game was still kind of tight to set up some Willie Shear touchdowns. So good night for the offense here on both sides of the field. But Hobart just getting a little bit more out of their offense here tonight as they're leading this one 58-32 with 7:50 to go.
All right. Thank you, Jason. We appreciate the update. Go ahead and give us a call here as this game goes on. We are actually against a hard break right now. We're going to have Kevin Driscoll with an update from our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week after our quick break.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future.
Hi, I'm Terry.
And I'm Joe. We host the People's Pharmacy heard live Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio 89.1 FM.
We talk with you about everything from home remedies to breakthrough drugs. Hear from leading experts about drugs, herbs, home remedies, and other health topics.
Join us on the People's Pharmacy Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio 89.1 FM.
And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update. Well, the Sacred Dunes game of the week turns into, do I dare say, a blockbuster for Hanover. They lead 26-9, but the Andrean 59ers never really giving up all the way through the end of the game. The game is almost final, not quite though. The Hanover Wildcats looking to go 8-0 on the season and undefeated 6-0 in conference play should the 26-9 score hold up. Everything else, though, is virtually final. We'll run through the scores here. Maryville victorious over Lake Central 38-9. The Pirates move to 6-2. LC falls to 4-4 on the season. The Crown Point Bulldogs hold off against the Chesterton Trojans. It looked like a potential upset about midway through the game as the Trojans tied things up in the third quarter, but Crown Point took the lead late in the third thanks to a Larry Ellison 29-yard touchdown run, and then he got his second of the evening, a four-yard touchdown scamper to put the Bulldogs up 21-7. Crown Point moves to 8-0 on the season. The Trojans fall to 2-6. The Valpo Vikings were victorious over the Portage Indians 42-6. Valparaiso moves to 6-3 overall. Portage remains winless on the year 0-8. Michigan City taking on LaPorte. They are victorious 35-0 there. The Wolves move to 5-3 on the season. LaPorte falls to 1-7. Jamin Harrell had a 15-yard touchdown score for the Wolves late in the fourth quarter. This game's still going on. Hobart 58-32 in the fourth quarter. And if you had, turned off game night, why are you turning off game night? I don't know. I'm going to judge you for it, but nonetheless, if you had maybe, paid attention to the other game that you were at and you left it and it's like, oh, Morton's up big over Hobart. Well, Hobart ends up coming back, clawing their way back, originally down 20-3 at one point during the first half, and they took a 38-32 lead and they wouldn't let go, ultimately winning 58-32. 5 touchdowns tonight for Willie Shear of Hobart. And we heard the coach himself, Kirk Kennedy, winning number 200 this evening. 49-12, Kankakee Valley victorious over Highland. The Cougars move to 4-4 on the season. The Trojans fall to 3-5. Congratulations to Coach Kirk Kennedy again on his 200th career coaching victory. Lowell victorious over Munster. 56-34. RDP moves up to 3-5 on the year. Munster falls to 2-6. Look out, but I think it's going to be cold the rest of the year. Slow football season. West Side, well, they didn't need the cold to bother them or the warmth of the heat or anything, really. They were just a scorcher themselves. They were victorious 68-8. They moved to 5-3 on the season. The Bishop Knoll Warriors fall to 2-6 on the year. The Griffith Panthers and Calumet Warriors. Calumet coming from behind to win 26-15. Calumet moves to 3-5 on the season, and Griffith falls to 3-5 on the season. And Javon Lawrence adding a 96-yard touchdown score for Calumet late in the fourth quarter of that one. My favorite team of the night, the Boone Grove Wolves, victorious 63-6 over Lake Station. Boone Grove moves to 6-3 on the season. Lake Station falls to 2-6. River Forest is victorious this evening, 29-8. That game final, they move to 5-3 on the year. South Central falls to 3-5. Adam Silver with 188 yards rushing and 1 touchdown, then 145 yards passing and 2 passing touchdowns, along with 2 interceptions on defense. The kid can do it all. Still waiting, though, on a score update from Wheeler and Whiting. And the last update we had was Hammond Central at the half over East Chicago Central, 37-0 at the half there. So still waiting on an update there. Also still waiting on an update from Bowman and Tri-County. And Rensselaer victorious over Northwestern. The Bombers move to 4-4 on the year thanks to their 42-27 victory. The Tigers fall to 3-5. The two teams will actually face each other again next week as the conference uses seeds to determine the conference championship in the final regular season game. Diego Hernandez with 4 touchdowns for the Bombers this evening. We'll go ahead. And actually, we do have one more score update here. Tri-County victorious over Bowman. We got a final score on that one. It is Tri-County 60, and it is Bowman nothing again. Tri-County victorious tonight over Bowman 60-0. The final score on that one. Filling in for Steve Schmidt, I'm Tom Maloney. This is your scoreboard update. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thank you, Tom. This is Ben Kolodzinski with Wayne Svetanoff and Joe Arredondo. We've got Kevin Driscoll. Thank you for holding for our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, Hanover Central at Andrean. Kevin, what's going on?
Yeah, this one didn't feel like a blowout. 12-3 at the half, and this one is going to finish up 33-9. Hanover Central is going to win the outright Northwest Crossroads Conference title. 39 seconds to go, all but Hanover facing a 4th down. They're just trying to run out the clock. A timeout was called. Matt Kuntz, after holding Andrean to another turnover on downs, 3 of their 4 offensive possessions in the second half resulted in turnover on downs, all in Hanover Central territory. So the bend but don't break defense works for Coach A.J. Grzenko's defensive coordinated defense. They did get a touchdown strike, and you thought when Scott Ballantyne found Logan Brainiac for a 37-yard touchdown pass early on in the fourth quarter that maybe there was some life in the Niners. That was not to be. Andrean has struggled to find consistent offense all night. Total offense, when last I checked, 371 to 181 in favor of Hanover Central. Matt Kuntz, 20 of 31 tonight, 224 yards, 2 touchdowns on the ground. Make that 2 touchdowns in the air, 3 rushing touchdowns. His last one, a 4-yard touchdown run, his 3rd of the night. 33-9. It is all over, but a few ticks.
Kevin, great 2 weeks for Hanover. I mean, they really got to play some great situational football against good opposition. A lot of things you really can't simulate probably in practice. Some great game experience. Obviously now, big draw on Sunday. Get ready for that final regular season game, and then the postseason. Huge that Verrett came back into the game, obviously, and is not dinged up. But this had to be a great 2 weeks for Hanover and the coaching staff.
Yeah, Joe, and you mentioned the draw is everything. And in fact, everyone knows West Lafayette was the only team that has handed Hanover Central a loss over the last 2 seasons. That came in the sectional final of the 3A sectional 25. By the way, turnover on down. Andrean's going to get at least one more snap with 37 seconds, and they are taking a knee. So this one is going to be over with a final of 33-9. Joe, you mentioned the sectional draw that we'll hear on Sunday. I talked to Brian Parker about that, and he said he's been following West Lafayette has been dinged up. They ran into a really good Tippecanoe Valley squad last week. That was their only loss of the season, and it's really going to come down. We've all known it was going to come down to Hanover Central and West Lafayette in a rematch. So Brian Parker's kind of hoping for an early draw, beat them while they're down. That was the story for Hanover last year against West Lafayette. They were dinged up. They were missing Kyle Hazley, their tailback, as well as Colin Foy on the defensive line. And they're hoping for a little revenge as the tables are turned this year.
I'll tell you, I'm so impressed with the Hanover Central program and what Parker has done for them over there. Everybody, and I probably am just as guilty, thought that Hanover struggled going up one level and playing tougher teams, and they have just done an outstanding job of adjusting, playing team to team. At the beginning of the year, if you would have said that Hanover would beat Hobart and Andrean, I would have said,
none of us did, Wayne.
In back-to-back weeks, I think.
Yeah.
None of us did, and if anything, Brian would have told you a good loss in the Northwest Crossroads Conference is exactly what they signed up for. They wanted some good losses that would humble a team as they head into the postseason. I can tell you, I've done a 180 on that whole thought, because the fact is it seems like they feed on their own confidence. That they're just 16-year-old, 17-year-old kids dumb enough to think they can blow out anybody.
Right. So
there's something to be said for that, and they've got a competent offensive coordinator and their head coach Brian Parker, and a defensive coordinator that is and staff that plays darn good defense. All right, I got to fly, guys, because I got to go get some post game quotes for my newspaper gig.
Okay.
So that's the final, 33-9, Hanover Central, your Northwest Crossroads Conference champions. They are on the road. Correction, they are at home next week against Hammond Central. Andrea, meanwhile, travels to Lowell.
All right, thank you very much, Kevin. Excellent job tonight, and congratulations to Hanover Central. All right, gentlemen. So we're kind of rolling down here. We're ending our night, pretty shortly here. Let's talk about some surprises here. We're going to open up Andrew's mic here, and Andrew, what is your surprise of the night here?
I gotta go with the Morton Hobart game. Huge turnaround for the Brickies in the second half, and nobody predicted that going into the night, and I'm sure that you guys are probably going to echo that sentiment as well.
Wayne, what do you think?
Hey, I'm going with Hanover Central's victory over Andrean at Andrean. I know we just talked about that, but no people in the media would have thought that Hanover Central would win that conference on the road with a state championship Andrean program.
Yeah, I can see that. And going undefeated on the season, Hanover Central has been really great this year. Joe, what about you? What's your surprise of the night?
I'm going to go with a little one that may be off the map a little bit. I think I'm going to go with Calumet coming back. Calumet had a really, really, really rough start to the season with their first-year coach, Charles Sallery. But this was a huge come-from-behind win for them tonight over a young Griffith team. Something that, as we've talked about, programs like Portage, Lake Central, you need victories. Coach Kennedy talked about it tonight. You can only say so much. You need that positive reinforcement to build that confidence. Getting that win for KV over Culver Military has really got them going. Confidence with high school kids is really a dangerous thing.
It is.
You start to believe, and then you play better than you really are. And I think that happened for Calumet tonight.
And that's perfectly fair because you're seeing that confidence is a heck of a force, right? You're seeing with Hanover, you're seeing it with Kankakee Valley, you're seeing it with any number of teams right now that's playing harder than could be. It's that confidence, and it just keeps forcing you going forward. For me, my surprise of the night isn't that Kirk Kennedy got his 200th career win, and it isn't that he did it fairly easily. It's that he did it in emphatic emphatic ways with the running clock, and he really shut down Highland. That's a really impressive situation to me because he really wanted that. His community wanted that. Wheatfield, Indiana wanted that. The school wanted that. That was a beautiful win.
And Highland was coming off the last second win. I mean, Highland was coming off a big win last week.
Yeah, and it's on the road.
Right.
It's not at home, so that makes it tougher.
Right, and there's always that home field advantage type situation, so it's definitely a very, very strong circumstance here. So in our last minute or so here, I want to say some thank yous. I want to say thank you to Purdue Federal Credit Union. They are our main show sponsor. We had Matt Shire in from Purdue Federal Credit Union, and they he had an excellent spot with us early in the first hour. I want to thank Sacred Dunes for covering our game of the week, and I also want to thank Ivy Tech. I want to thank NIPSCO, and I want to thank the Plasters and Cement Masons Local 692 for the scoreboard updates. Our TV crew tonight has been Joseph Bermudez and Lila Castro, produced by Alex Hernandez. Thank you to our radio crew, Will Farlow, Andrew Johnson, Steve Schmidt, Tom Maloney, Wayne Svetanoff, Joe Arredondo, and of course, me. My name is Ben Kolodzinski. This has been Game Night, presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming on Facebook and YouTube.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future.
This is Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, WLPR FM Lowell, your home for local news, traffic, weather, sports, and more. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org.
And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update. Headlines made in Week 8 tonight. I'm Tom Maloney in for Steve Schmidt. The Hanover Central Wildcats victorious over the Andrean 59ers 33-9. With that victory, Hanover is officially the Northwest Crossroads champions in the Sacred Dunes game of the week. In the Beef of the Week, the Maryville Pirates victorious over the Lake Central Indians 38-9. Maryville moves to 6-2 on the year. Lake Central falls to 4-4. Crown Point Bulldogs victorious over the Chesterton Trojans 21-7. Crown Point moves to 8-0 on the season. Chesterton falls to 2-6, but don't let 21-7 fool you. That game was tight until the end. Larry Ellison's 2 touchdown runs in the third and fourth quarters allowed the Bulldogs to pull away with that one. Valpo Vikings victorious over the Portage Indians. Valpo moves to 6-3 on the year with their 42-6 victory over the now winless Portage Indians, 0-8 on the season, as does Portage Fall. Michigan City's victorious over LaPorte 35-0. Jamin Harrell with a 15-yard touchdown late in the fourth quarter. Going final there as the Wolves move to 5-3 on the season. LaPorte falls to 1-7. This one's still going on. Hobart up 65-32. And I don't think we'll have an update for a final score as we sign off here in the final moments of the program. But Keep in mind, Morton was up 20-3 in the first half of this game, and it looked like Hobart wasn't going to get into it. All of a sudden, Willie Shear, well, he went off. 5 touchdowns on the night for Shear. Meanwhile, Dontel Harris, on our last count, has scored 4 touchdowns for Morton this evening, though it could and more than likely will be in a losing effort. Kankakee Valley, 49-12 over Highland. The Cougars move to 4-4 on the season. The Trojans fall to 3-5, but more importantly, Kirk Kennedy gets his 200th career victory as a coach. Congratulations, Coach Kennedy, on that accomplishment. Munster and Lowell. The Red Devils move to 3-5 on the season with their 56-34 victory over the Mustangs. Munster falls to 2-6 on the season. The Westside Cougars victorious over Bishop Knowles 68-6. Westside moves to 5-3, and the Warriors fall to 2-7. Calumet Warriors victorious tonight over the Griffith Panthers, 26-15. Calumet clawing back, down a couple of scores early on in the game. They move to 3-5 on the year. Griffith falls to 3-5 on the year. The Boone Grove Wolves victorious over the Lake Station Fighting Eagles 63-6. Boone Grove moves to 6-3 on the year. Lake Station falls to 2-6 on the season. River Forest victorious 29-8 over the South Central Satellites. They move to 5-3 on the year, and South Central falls to 3-5. Adam Silver, 188 yards rushing and 1 touchdown, along with 145 yards passing and 2 touchdowns there, and then 2 interceptions on defense. He's doing it all. We still didn't get an update from Wheeler and Whiting on that game. Last update as well that we had from Hammond Central was 37-0 there. Bowman versus Tri-County. It is all Tri-County. The Cavaliers move to 4-3 on the season. Bowman falls to 1-4 thanks to a Tri-County 60-0 victory. And Rensselaer victorious over Northwestern 42-27. Diego Hernandez with 4 touchdowns tonight for the Bombers as they come away victorious. The 2 teams, though, will actually meet again next week as they'll face off against each other. The conference uses seeds to determine the conference championship and the final regular season game. Again, congratulations to all of our student athletes on a job well done, hard-fought games tonight from both sidelines. And thank you for tuning in for Game Night. In for Steve Schmidt and the Scoreboard Updates, I'm Tom Maloney. We now join regular programming.